Hello everyone and welcome into yet another live stream, and today we will be playing Satisfactory, yes. Hi the Vault, hi the Happy, hi the 6A, I agree you really should, because I have no idea what to call you honestly. Hi the Legend of C, and I actually love that description. The Industrial Revolution with no consequences. Anyhow, let's continue. I'm really excited, honestly, because the current video... Hold on, I need to switch up my microphone. I forgot I was mid-air. Right. Oh yeah, that's what we did last time, I don't remember. I'm really excited because, first of all, the video I uploaded 2 days ago, what was it, yesterday? I don't know, time is a blur, is doing well. And second of all, I'm right now working on 2 different videos. And both of them are gonna be pretty cool. Alright, anyhow. This is so much fun. I forgot how much I love these resonators. Alright. First we're gonna start with crafting some more pause nobles, because they will be our main method of movement throughout the entire rest of the series of live streams for Satisfactory. Then, what we're going to do today, ideally, is we'll try to get trains. Speaking of, why is the... give me these. Oh, that's probably why it's taking so slow. Nope, we just run out of materials. Well, thank goodness I checked. Because if I didn't, this would have been quite a pickle. Make it, what's your opinion on magic? I would love to do some if I had some magic, you know. I wouldn't mind being a wizard, honestly. I feel like being a wizard would be pretty cool. It's not something I'm really against. Okay, it's not that we don't have them, it's just that they're ordered in a really silly way. That makes sense, actually. There we go. There we go. This should be much better now. Alright, we just have to let this finish, and then the 1.0 hype is real. I'm really... the reason why I started this series is because I just couldn't wait for 1.0. And so I just started a completely new world because I just couldn't wait. Satisfactory is such a fun game. It is! It's amazing! It's my favorite game. Like, whilst Doom Eternal is my favorite shooter game, and, you know, The Final is my favorite online game, Satisfactory is just my favorite game in general, so... And now that we have a lot of things ordered... Actually... Okay, what should we start with? Here's the thing. Today I would like to get the trains, which shouldn't be a problem. We're about to complete the second phase. And then trains are just one oil village right there away. At the same time, I would also like to get some Caterium, which once again shouldn't be a problem. Hold on. Pause the list. There we go. Once again shouldn't be a problem, because if I do remember correctly, Caterium is right over... I think over there. Well, might as well go for it. That's Caterium, if I do remember correctly, okay. That was really hoping I could do it. Just that this one, the desert. The light desert, not the difficult desert. This is my favorite starting position. It's really nice because everything is nearby. Except for coal, but coal is always far away. That's just a standard. Don't know if I was exposed like that. Yeah, the Pulse Nobelisks, it's my favorite item in the game precisely because you can just ignore lots of physics with it. It's great. So for example, I can set up one Nobelisk right here, one Nobelisk a bit forward, one Nobelisk right here on the side. And there, just like that, we've crafted ourselves a Nobelisk cannon. Allow me to demonstrate. And they also negate your fall damage, which is great. Alright, time to get up. Okay, I didn't start them, whoops. and if I'm not mistaken, I am in the wrong place. Of course I am. No, I'm in the right place. This right here is KT room. Sweet. Do I have any ammo? No, I do not. Why would I have any ammo? If I do remember correctly, I can't blow these up exactly. Yeah, okay. Okay, I didn't bring any weapons. So, no. Wait a second. Hold on. No. Give me a second to prepare. I'll come back for you, just... Okay, well, that was silly. Give me a second. Daddies need to get his gun. You're gonna still be playing it 2 hours? Of course, probably. Would you like to join me, Tefta? I would love to play with some Satisfactory with you. I haven't been asking because I know you're busy. That's so silly, I love that. Last live stream, we finished off by just playing with Pulse Nobelisks because they are so great. Hi, Liz Duggo. So, for example, they solve a lot of your everyday problems. Like, for example, oh no, my base is so far away, but I am right here. How am I ever gonna get there in time? Well, no problems. We here at Nobelisk's HQ got you covered. Just slide right through and then... and die. Ah, never mind. Mickey, how you doing these days? I'm doing alright. I've uploaded a video, everyone seems to like it very much, which I'm happy about. I'm really glad people like it. And the next 3 videos are going to be really fun, because one of them is going to be the biggest video I have made in 3 months. Or maybe 5 months even. It will be just one of the biggest videos I've ever made. Another video, I have already spent $150 on glassware for it. Today. And, you know, also on chemicals, stuff like these. So, $150 on glassware. Just glassware alone. And then, the third video, I have already spent, I think, around $200 or $300. And I'm about to spend some more. So, they're gonna be good videos. Okay, now. Caterium, right, we need weapons, that's true. Line, the cat is here, yeah. Ali, Kuan requested the space make it, Ali requested the catboy make it, so here we are. That's the make it. Okay, now that we got some weapons, it's time for us to do 2 things. First of all, Caterium will be important, so we should probably go with all the materials we're gonna need to craft ourselves. Well, we'll need cables and wires. And then once we craft the Caterium place, we will also need to get some more Nobelisks and quartz. So that'll be the next stop on our journey. Alright, time to cannon ourselves over there. Is this too much? Nah, it's fine. It might have been too much, you know. A video over 1 hour 17 minutes come free of it. I don't exactly know how long it's gonna be. I feel like it might be over an hour. Because so far I have finished... Well, it's really hard to divide chapters of video, you know? You never truly know how long a chapter is going to be, even if you script it. And I haven't scripted, and the half of the video is still unscripted. What I do know is that the introduction chapter is 10 minutes long, so... Yeah, it's going to be a pretty long video. I should really get myself a jetpack before just jumping around like this with Nobelisks. Where did I even die? Over there? Anyhow, how is everyone doing on this fine day? Or night, depending on when you're watching this, I suppose. Let's just do 2. doing math, how about you? I also do math from time to time. There we go. Negated fall damage. It doesn't feel like it because they still deal you damage, but it's less than fall damage sometimes, so... Okay, right up there we also have a pod, which would be nice. But first we're going to go this way. I keep forgetting you can't click when the animation is still playing. And there we go. That's a complete miss. That's a hit. That's hit. That's hit. Hi, the front. And now just the crabs. No! Damn it! I was gonna... It was so perfect. Okay, there we go. Last time the 26-minute video caused you problems. When did the 26-minute long video cause me problems? I mean, every video causes me some kind of problems. That's to be expected. Anything causes some kind of problems, you know. Ah, I forgot to run power. Fortunately, if I'm not mistaken, there is a power line right next to where we are. Correct? Ish. Correct-ish. Okay, well... Oh no! The power line is all the way over there, but I'm all the way over here. If only there was some item in this game I could use to quickly traverse this great distance. If only there was like an item which... I love these nobelisks so much. Okay. Do you know what Baba is you? No. No, I do not. And right here. And now... Oh no! We have to go all the way up there, but I'm all the way down here. If only there was some sort of item I could use to boost myself this... To boost myself this great distance up. Okay, that might be a bit too high. Perfect. And now Miner Mark 2. We forgot about reinforced beams, but it's fine because there we go. Speaking of, you know what? I would really like to respond to some comments on the video right now, since we're... Actually, no, I'll first craft this one to get some Caterium going for the research, and only then we'll do it. Oh, no, we need to... Oh yeah, in order to research it, we need to... We need the mom. Alright. Unknown metal. Well... Consider yourself known. Is this the unknown metal? Wow, crazy!
Developed based on this new superconductive gold-like element, primarily in power and electronics. A new research tree can now be accessed.
Caterium, which is basically Satisfactory's alternative to platinum and gold, or and silver, basically all the rare metals. There we go. Now what we need is quick wire, for which we'll need smelters. How many? This is 120, correct? Which means 4. Oh no, it takes 45. Oh well, that screws up the equation so much. Okay, this one has 200, so 90, 180. Correct? So this is 90, 180. This one then would be 225. This way. And this way we would need to split it into... This way we would need to set up a miner on the side actually. Split it into two, like this. And then split each one into three. Yeah, we've reached a point in which it's actually easier for us to... There we go. To just use Mark III conveyor belts. I mean, you can play Needy Streamer Overload whenever you want. It's a great game. I've never heard of it. What's about Needy Streamer Overload? That sounds... I feel like we already have that. Caterium, Caterium, Caterium. And what's really nice is that this way, if I'm not mistaken, this should actually also be able to deal with the excess. Like this. Okay. And then we should get some ingots. Quite a lot of them. Actually, you know what? Might as well merge them all and then put them into ingots. Hold on. Oh yeah, we need a lot more. That's right. And now we can make... Not smelt the constructor, right. What starts in this? It takes 12 per minute. 12 per minute? Oh my goodness. That's... No, that's all... Oh, damn it. 15. Okay, 15 times 6 gives us 3 times 30, which gives us 90. 90 divided by 12. Calculator. 90 divided by 12. 7.5. Which means we need... Well, 7 should be good enough. Okay, so we do need an industrial storage container right here. Actually, some foundations probably would be better. An industrial storage container. And then merger, like this and this. And then out of this industrial storage container, we will need around 7 constructors at least. I feel like it should be 7 because that last one technically isn't producing the amount it could be. So production, constructor. I'll wait with the phase 2 for Tevta. Floor is too steep, then build more floor.
Breaking news from Earth. Widespread chaos and mayhem. World
I'm sorry, what are you aligning to?
apart and harvest alien artifacts.
Well, okay, how many do we have so far? In order to divide into 7, it's gonna be a pain because 7 is a prime number. Which means we need to divide it into 3 and then 2 out of this 3 divide into... Or we can divide into 2. That'll be... No, that'll be a pain. Which means what we need is we need a splitter like this. And like this. And then a splitter like this and a splitter like this. And then this right here, this right here, this right here, this right here, this right here. This right here, this right here, this right here. How is the network doing, by the way? It feels like we're about to crash. No, we're almost fine, I would say. There we go, and then all of them need quick wire. And this should be almost completely optimal. Almost. Just like this, we'll have a merger and 2 mergers right here. Beautiful. And just like that, that should be enough. And we're getting quick wire at an unreasonable pace. Cool. Give me on this analyze. And the ways person can develop, it's funny. If I was, you wouldn't. What am I researching? Oh right, everything. This is useful because stun rebars are really powerful because of their ability to glitch the game. Caterium electronics, obviously. Yeah, I feel like our conveyor belts might not be strong enough. Okay, well, thank goodness I'm amazing. Let's go back up there. I love this item so much. Okay, what do you mean plagued? A cliff complete industrial postulate. It's my way to give back to nature, you know? Look how many amazing materials I'm giving back to nature. And then using them to exploit it. Okay, it's a symbiotic relationship. Alright, might as well get a zipline. And then might as well get Purples Mark 2. What do Purples Mark 2 actually take to build? Oh, the same exact thing except quick wire. That's good. Mark 3 require these, but this one requires plastic. This one, however, doesn't, so... And Caterium, this one. Okay, what we would really like to get is... I've never actually gotten bullet guidance system. Never gotten that far. But we would like to get some smart splitters. In order to get those smart splitters, we need... AI limiters, however, which we can just craft using quick wire and copper sheets. Cool. And then we'll be able to build smart splitters, which are a significant part of... This is stuck again, okay. Smart splitters, great. Now, what we will do is we'll take as much Caterium as we can. Only for $14.40 can buy in Poland, a lot. You could basically... you would basically be able to eat really well for an entire day with 14 bucks. With 14 bucks you could have like 2 or 3 healthy meals. 14 bucks a lot. Why am I walking? I have these in my pocket. Oh, once again, I forgot when the animation is playing, you can't really. Almost. So satisfying. Okay, give me this, and... Oh, I'm not gonna walk all the way up there, that's ridiculous. Oh no, there's my last Nobelisk! Oh, damn it! No! I've wasted all my Nobelisks. Well, it's fine, after this we're gonna get some more. So... why we come back? Oh yeah, right, because that one's stuck, that makes sense. This right here is stuck again, correct? Yeah, it's fine. We just need to pop in these 39. And that should be done, actually. Oh, so how did you become so fluent in English? Much better than native English speakers. I wouldn't say I'm much better, my accent's still atrocious, but I just talk a lot. Listen, like 500 streams will do that to you. Okay, now what we need to do is we need to go and get some more Nobelisks, because, oh my goodness, walking is awful. Walking is awful. Why would you ever walk in this game when you can fly? These are important, so we will take some rods for now, and we will set up personal storage box right here, 2 of them, or just 1, for crafting Nobelisks, like this. And then we're gonna put everything away, absolutely everything, and we're going to go on an adventure for Nobelisks and quartz. I'm afraid of your definition of good food. You should really give me $100 plus your videos. By good food, I mean like... I don't know, I usually... I mean, the food I do eat most often, most of them make for myself, is just pasta with sauce. It's trivially easy to make. Only need some meat, some tomatoes, some veggies, and then you pop in the meat with onions, let it simmer, and then you add in tomatoes paste, and then you add in the pasta, and you add some spices and veggies, and it's really good. Kind of balanced. Yeah, I like eating balanced food. I'm not much of a taste guy because, well, the thing is, food tastes great. In our times especially, food just straight up tastes great. It's really difficult to find food which tastes actually awful. Most of it tastes really good. And that's why I'm not really optimizing for taste. I'm just doing it for the healthies, because when you're healthy, you're more productive. How is it, bites? Yeah, hi, welcome. And right here, if I'm not mistaken, we should have lovely, beautiful Nobelisks, for which we're missing steel pipes. I see the problem. Okay, so, Well, unfortunately, steel pipes aren't all that close. But they're not all that far either, which means we can just go up this conveyor belt. Bake it with make it. I might do it one day, you know, we might have like a series of videos. I just can't figure out quite what the bit would be. Because obviously I'm not good enough at cooking to have an actual series about cooking. It'll have to be a bit. I just can't seem to find a good punchline for it yet. I might have one, but I don't know. We'll see. Music's also great in this game. If version 1.0 releases and there won't be a boss on that mountain up there, I'm suing. It's such a perfect boss fight spot. There better be a boss all the way up there. And a difficult one too. Right, let's get some pipes, and by some pipes I mean a lot of pipes. And let's move it back up. I love how beasts to subjugate nature too. Also, the higher tier conveyor belts are great because you can just stand on them and then they just take you wherever you need to go. Mark 3 isn't fast enough, unfortunately. Or Mark 3 still should run. Okay, and now all you have to do is just throw in all these. That should last us a while. And there, just... go get some quartz. I love this comment. I was wondering, if it's not personal of course, how old are you? Because you sound 16, but every time I watch your videos I feel like you have 30 years of experience. Well, Zayabincia, I would... that's a really good question actually. And it's a long-running bit on the channel where I actually don't answer that question because so many people ask me that. And I completely understand. I myself actually think I sound like a 14-year-old. I mention it all the time and I hate my voice precisely because of it. I do sound way younger than I am and I really hate that. Current estimates range in between, I think, 19 and 20, what was it, 28, 29? Something like that. But I like keeping people in the dark, you know, I think it's funny. I can tell you I'm an adult though, that's... I know I sound like I'm 14, I'm fully aware. But I am an adult. I feel like that's an important thing to mention because, you know, some people might... I don't want to inspire kids to do irresponsible things. So yeah. Kids, if you're gonna do chemistry, especially dangerous chemistry, do it with adult supervision, or better, even better, expert supervision. And right here's the place we're looking for quartz. Sweet. And now it's time to make our way back. It is curious. I mean, I really like this question of how old are you, because how old people think I am actually tells me a lot about the person. Like, for example, people who don't exactly like me or don't like very specific people who consider me childish would think of me as younger than I actually am. People who consider me wise would think of me as older than I actually am. So it's a nice way for me to tell what different people think of me. And if, you know, all of a sudden a lot of people will think that I'm younger than I actually am, that means I'm doing something wrong. I'm giving out the wrong vibe, if you will. Actually, over the same Janssen guy. Yeah, I know, it's it's the long running bit. I just think it's pretty funny. Alright then. I really like how different the gameplay can be in Satisfactory. Like, on one hand, the main idea is obviously building factories, right? Excess automation, stuff like these. My feeling is 24 and 25, that's a fair feeling. Fair guess. I really like how varied the gameplay is, because on one hand, the main goal is obviously build factories and excess, but on the other hand, there is a lot of weapons, a lot of really fun weapons, a lot of fun utilities, there's a lot of enemies, a lot of exploration. It's a nice, healthy meal. Maggot's skin looks like he's finished, my opinion. How could you tell I'm based on my skin? Is there a way to actually check someone's age based on their skin? What do we need to craft? Oh yeah, right. Oh yeah, and I was supposed to bring tubes. Whoops. Let's reverse the rules and make it get outrageous. I mean, Happy already admitted to being a 9-year-old multiple times, so you know. Cables and reinforced. Alright. Oh, wait, we do have pipes. What am I doing? There we go. And phase 2 is completed, but we're gonna wait until Tefta joins in. And then reinforcement plates and more cables. I'm gonna lie, you remind me a lot of Styropyro. Some people do say that, and you know what, I get why. Polish Styropyro. Well, at this point we're bordering Calvin. That's a bit insulting at this point. I have nothing against Styropyro, it's just I want to have my own style. Same haircut. Really? That's... That's why you think I'm so... Fine. You're cool. Thank you. Mine is cool. The only thing I'm kind of upset about when it comes to my channel, the main thing I'm upset about when it comes to my channel is how many theoretical videos I make in comparison to practical videos. I've only recently, because I'm a generalist, I like all kinds of science, and only recently I've gotten into actually doing things practically more than theoretically. So I'm gonna fix that soon. The 3 videos I'm working on, one of them will be theoretical, 2 of them will be practical, so that's gonna be fun. And also doing things practically is expensive. That's really, really expensive. Especially chemical glassware. Because you have to, well, there's a lot of this oddly specific glassware which you can only, well, which is expensive because it's reusable, of course, right? You buy it once and then you can use it how many times you want. But at the same time, it's so specific that you're gonna buy it once and you won't repeat the reaction for years to come. I don't have to buy that kind of glassware yet, but I'm getting close. Specialized to the point nobody understands your life's work. I mean, there's nothing wrong with specializing, it's not my thing. Specialists are very important. Specialists have this cool thing where, you know, they specialize, and because of that, you have this one oddly specific subset of a field in which you could be the best expert on the planet, for example, which is really impressive. Can you imagine? Like, I know it's because of how large science actually is. It's really often a small piece of a field, but still, can you imagine saying that I am the world's leading expert in blank? It's impressive. It's really impressive. My opinion, we should start judging people by themselves without referencing others or comparison. Yeah, don't compare yourself to others, or don't compare anyone else to others. That's also pretty mean. Listen, if I was gonna compare myself to others, then the odds aren't in my favor. My YouTube channel is not doing all that well. If I compare myself to others, then it's not gonna be good for my mental health. Oh, good! My bank just sent me a message letting me know that I have $100 less on my bank account because they processed the transaction. Cool. Thank you. Neat. Thank you for rubbing it in. Now to grab the pulse novelist. Yeah, make it, but your video quality is pretty good. Ouch, pretty good is what you say when you don't want to insult someone. I'm just joshing around. But there are a lot of like these technically nice words which aren't nice in the end, like interesting, for example. Interesting is one of these definitely positive words which people use to basically not say negative things. Like a person that you can have a very reasonable argument with. I hope so. I'm trying to be reasonable. If I'm having an unreasonable argument with someone, then that means I'm kind of failing. And I just like to change and grow as a person. I'm awesome that way, you know. I am pretty amazing. If you keep joshing around. Oh, don't threaten me. Plus, you know, very nice bonus of being an owner of a Discord server, for example, is that when someone is winning argument against you, you can just ban them. I do it all the time. It's really convenient. I mean, no one actually is brave enough to say anything, because if they say anything, they also get banned. So that's why it's something, you know, no one actually is aware of, that I actually just ban people who disagree with me, because everyone that's witnessing me banning someone because they disagree with me also is getting banned, so no one actually mentions that fact. It's really convenient. No, bro, what are you doing? Hi there, .com. I'm playing Satisfactory. Discord. We're playing Satisfactory, a game about building factories, optimizing factories, automating factories, and then using the resources from these factories to build more factories. And right now I'm doing none of these things, and instead I'm just building false obelisks, which are just explosives, except only shockwave. Oh, my beloved. So, pulse obelisks are my favorite item in the game. The reason why is pretty simple. Allow me to demonstrate. See that wreckage over there? It's pretty far away, isn't it? Like, it's really far away. But the thing is, let's imagine for a second that I would like to scavenge something from that wreckage. How am I gonna get there? Well, it's really far away and I'm right here. That's a bit of a problem. And what, am I gonna walk over there? That's ridiculous. What is it? 22nd century? No, we're not gonna walk over there. Instead, pop one obelisk on the ground. Second obelisk on the ground. This obelisk right here. And this obelisk right here. And now, just run for it, and there we go! Oops. Perfect landing. I honestly thought this was gonna launch me a bit higher than that. Factory to factory for the sake of the factory, basically, yeah. You have a couple of fun items in this game. That's what I like about Satisfactory. It's not just getting resources, like it is in so many games. There are actually fun items you can craft from these resources, so there is actually some utility to it, some fun utility. At this point, your legs must be shredded to pieces. I don't actually take all that much fall damage because I cancel all my jumps. Allow me to demonstrate again. Let's say that this time you don't want to go forward, you want to go up. Well, in that case, you just need a couple of obelisks. And you go flying. But oh no, I'm gonna die from fall damage. Don't worry. Obelisk got you covered. It's beautiful. 3D factorial. Yeah, I don't see no optimization. What do you mean you don't see no optimization? I've worked so hard to optimize this entire factory. Look at this. This right here is a Miner Mark 1, not Mark 2. I take it back. This factory is not optimized. But the other ones are. I wish I could cancel my jumps in real life. Yeah, you just have to wait until Pulse Obelisk get invented. I'm gonna try something. Okay, yeah, okay. So the answer is yes. The answer is so very much yes. Okay, I mistimed that ever so slightly. It's a bit tricky cancelling a jump with an obelisk. I'm certain we can figure it out. I'll be honest, I'm just mostly waiting for Tefta. I don't want to unlock this until Tefta comes. Or maybe I should. Because then we could... Because then I could start setting up trains. And Tefta's here. Hmm. Is this serious between you and Tefta? What do you mean between me and Tefta? I'm sorry, could you clarify? I don't feel comfortable answering that question until you clarify what exactly you mean. Andy, would you mind clarifying real quick? Just for the sake of scientific curiosity, just to, you know... I'm sure we're both talking about the same thing. I wasn't drunk after I read that message. So did I. Now, is there anything I can craft in bulk? I can't craft... No, well, these, I guess. I guess we could craft this next to the quartz. Make it exposed. I wish. No, Tefta's already in a relationship. I mean, what did I say? What did I just say? I said no. Okay. It's okay. So what I meant to say is, I feel like there's been some sort of audio error. I think that's what happened. I think there was some. I think there was an audio error. You know? Hypertubes. That's right. That's what we're crafting. In case industrial beams. That's what we want to craft. For that, we need some steel beams, which we have right here. That's great. That's great. We have some there, and then concrete. There we go. And then over here, and just craft some. that's it. There we go. 3 in case industrial beams. Making the eyes glitching. Oh, do we not have enough? We do have enough. Yeah, I think your stream glitching. Yeah. No, my stream is definitely, yeah, it's the stream, definitely. My masculinity. Yeah, this stream is not only for the true masculine fellas. None of that silly hold on, I need to get my SD card. I was actually meant to move some files over the course of the stream. That's because when I finish the live stream, I'm actually going to record a chemical reaction. And the problem is, I don't have enough space on my drive to record said reaction. So if you all don't mind, I'm just going to move some files around. Patrick Bateman. Oh yeah, that character that, you know, was made so that audience could relate with him and not to, like, you know, highlight some bad things. That's... Make it please don't delete us off your drive. What are the foundations and two-belt rule? What's a two-belt rule? I don't know, I just connect stuff around. So I mean, yeah, right? I just connect them. I don't plan ahead. That's ridiculous. Why would I ever plan ahead? I see an opening, I see an input, I see an output, I connect the two together with the highest mark conveyor belt. Simple stuff. Wait, how many did I craft already? Oh, that's more than enough. Okay, good. Although we will need more.
Milestone reached.
Yeah, that's precisely my problem with lack of trains. Right now, if we had trains, we could make like a centralized hub, and then we could move all the resources to that hub.
Safe, aesthetic, adaptable, fun. Enjoy a view of your hard work as you soar through incredibly tight turns.
Crying right now.
Build them today.
Oh,
Note,
you know what?
fixing
I was going to copy my file. You know what? No, never mind. I will copy them and then I'll show you. Because I feel like, you know what you need, but I feel like you need to see. Okay. I feel like you just need to see my true creative potential. Because you see an aesthetic potential too. I feel like you just don't understand just how beautiful my factories truly are. So let me just start the process right there, right? That's a new folder, let's call it temp files, because I'm great at naming stuff too. And allow me to show you my power plant, which I use to power the entire factory. Oh yeah, it's something. It's beautiful. Alright, the files are moving. I'm hoping this won't cause the stream to just break. So, okay, first of all, let's leave everything behind, except for 50 of these bad boys. Everything behind, we need some more resources. Don't worry, I have a conveyor belt just for these additional random things I can't quite get rid of. There we go. Well then, allow me to show you my lovely, lovely power. Whoa, no, I left my obelisk behind. Ah, that's... oh, damn it. I'm an idiot. Oh, and where did I put them? Ah, there's mother. We're just gonna pick up 50 new ones. I have no idea what that is, guy. Oh, yes. Oh, this is so much faster. And to think that I was crouch jumping for such a long time. Instead of obelisk jumping like a normal person. Oops. It's kind of like the pre-charge in the finals. We should play it. I don't know about the final. I feel like there aren't all that many people that enjoy watching the finals, you know? can understand the context. I feel like that wouldn't be too far to understand the context at this point. Obelisk expensive, I can just spam them for 73 trillion years. That's the beauty of satisfactory, actually. It doesn't really matter if something is expensive. It just matters if you can automate that thing. Oh yeah, I'm so sorry, as I am waiting. I was gonna show you my coal power plant. Well, hold on, let me get some hide actually for this. Ah, there we go. Look at this beauty. Look at this absolute beauty of a power plant. Now, isn't that just amazing? It's great, isn't it? Hide the lamppost. That's the smell of progress. Or carbon dioxide poisoning. Anyhow, how's it going? It's going pretty well. Anyhow, time to move for more obelisks. Yeah, having the third one down is gonna be a bit suboptimal, but never mind. It worked. It worked. It worked. Okay. Oh, why did I not think of that? I can use this to get more height to travel quicker over there. Genius idea. I can. What could possibly go wrong? What could possibly go wrong with this idea? This is genius. This is just. I see what could go wrong. I see the problem now. I see the issue. I see. I forgot how amazing I am, you know? I don't know why I was even worried. I mean, of course, someone as awesome as me couldn't have a problem. That was a spider, wasn't it? Well, I'm kind of low on health, so if you wouldn't mind, Mr. Spider, sir, I'll be on my way. Arachnophobia warning, I suppose, to everyone. Pretty big arachnophobia warning for this game. And here we are. And yeah, so that's the amazing thing about Satisfactory. Basically, it doesn't really matter how expensive something is, because once you automate the process like this, you can just craft them automatically. And there, so many obelisks. Let's leave this one behind because inventory space is more important. And let's go get some, well, quartz or steel. How about both, ideally? Okay, we want to go over there. And I think I know how to make it happen, you know? I think I know. Okay. Okay, so, alright. We want to go over there, right? Well, I think I know a way to get there pretty quickly, you know? I feel like I know a pretty effective way for us to traverse that distance. All we need to do is... Okay, that was a bit of a misfire. Hold on. I glitched on a rock. I tripped. Okay, can I slide down this? Okay, so right here is where I tripped. Okay, good. Fortunately, right here will be flying, so it shouldn't be a problem. And there we go. Did I mention that I'm awesome, by the way? Or is that obvious? I think it might be obvious, yeah. I think there's no need to mention. Anyhow, let's go pick up some quartz. Most sane make it moment. It worked pretty well too. Just I really can't find the obelisk in your pocket past mid. Okay. Now the next thing we're gonna need is actually, oh no, we already have a full inventory, don't we? Well then, I suppose if our inventory is full, we might as well go back. To be fair, we want to go over there, which means it's going to be a bit more tricky. Okay, first one will make us go up. Then the second one will make us go up and back into this thing. And then the third one will make us go forward. Then after this one pushes us forward, this one will explode to give us even more momentum. This is gonna work. Oh my goodness, it did. I was not expecting it to work. I mean, I was expecting it to work because I knew it was gonna work. Trust me. There! Need I say more? Hi, the Gilbert. Welcome to the live stream. A guy take a lap. Okay, this one, this one, this one, this one. Damn it! Oh, okay, I don't have any ammo. I was gonna use that cliff to boost myself in further, but it's fine. That's what this one is for. Okay. Oh, you know what? That cliff over there seems even better. I am playing currently. I am playing Satisfactory, a game about building factories, optimizing factories, automating factories, and using the resources to build more factories. Or in my case, just jumping around with nobelisks. Okay, so this one, with the first one, we want to push us up. The second one, we want to push us forward, but at this angle. And then the third one will be right here because we'll be already going forward. And then the last one will just, and then right here, this one, and this one just to really gets up. Let's see how it goes. Okay, a bit to the side, not perfect, not ideal, but I can work with this. Told you. How many times did you say that? It sounds rehearsed. It might be. At this point, it might be a bit rehearsed. It sounds like I'm sponsored, honestly. I'm not. I wish. I wish I was. Satisfactory is a great game. But they're not sponsoring this stream, unfortunately. I'm not cool enough for sponsorship. Oh, that's it. I don't have any more nobelisks. Well, that was 50 nobelisks just to go over there and back. Make it just like some random catchphrases. My favorite catchphrase, at least the catchphrase I most often use, I think, is "I'm awesome." So, okay, this is the one right here. All the cores, and I think we've got enough cores for a while. I think we have enough cores to last us a fair bit. Okay, this is all full. Good. Now we can take some more nobelisks. Put these back. Take these, put these back, and now we can craft another storage box, or maybe two. It won't fit into one. There we go. And then we can go for some steel. Like, you can reach out for the sponsorship, I think. Yeah, but I'm not gonna accept. Be reasonable. And I know I'm amazing, but you know, it's important to know your limits. Know your limits, exactly. Need I say more? Did I mention that I only started doing this last stream and I'm already this awesome? Okay, where am I going? I'm going that way, right. What do you have thoughts on Croatia? You mean the country? It's a country, right? I'm not much on geography, if I'm being honest. I'm not great at geography. Oh my goodness, okay, it's... I didn't panic. I didn't panic. So your nasty scripts are a bit... I mean, yeah, obviously. Oh, hold on. If I say something dumb, or, you know... What? Like, why would you do that? Why would you push me off the thing? If I say something dumb or silly, it's fair to, you know, assume it's a bit. I actually asked around a couple weeks ago, maybe it was months, and from what it seems, it really seems like people prefer overconfident make it than underconfident make it, so that's what I went for. And I'm awesome is a pretty, you know, useful bit, because if you're trying to do something really difficult, if you succeed and then you say I'm awesome, then it works because you just did something amazing and then, you know, you say I'm awesome. And if you fail, it's even funnier because you say I'm awesome but then you end up failing, so it works for both cases. Let's go get some height. Oh my goodness, Windows, oh, thank you so much, Windows, for minimizing the game while I was flying. Thank you so much for that. That was great. That was an amazing experience. Thank you for reminding me how it feels to be mortal. It's great. Alright, right here we have you. I see. You have projectiles, so it's not... But so do I, actually. Hold on. Whoa! Misclick! It's fine, it's fine. That's a slide of a misclick. Hey Maker, love the video you made about 4D physics. Transitions were very entertaining, and I'm really glad you did. You can say you're awesome. Because there was no need to, because everyone knows that at this point I'm so amazing. I'm just, honestly, I actually didn't die. That was just the stream lagging. It happens from time to time. You know, the stream is glitching. It looks like I'm dying, but I'm actually fine. What happened over there is I actually was running low on nobelisks, and so I went back to get some more nobelisks, and then the stream unglitched itself, and so it looked like I died, but it's just stream glitching. Honestly, that's all it is. It was doing nice, but yeah, precisely. Anyhow, that was a bit too much. That was a bit too late. Why am I mistiming it so much right now? There we go, that's much better. And we died. I mean, I left my stuff to go get some nobelisks right over there, which means... Here we go. Why is your character in this game shaped like a tentacle? Yeah! It's because my brain is just so massive, it collapsed in on itself. Okay, the crate is even higher up, isn't it? Nope, the crate is all the way down there. Well, let's first deal with the... I think the big guy has already been dealt with. 4 rotters, I don't have them. Was I supposed to bring some? Yeah, okay, well... Computers are nice. I guess the crates, the frames too. Alright, the crate is down there. He does explode himself to get around, so yeah. Okay, that's the crate, which means what we can do is we can actually make this jump. All we need is this. Okay. A bit to the side, but the basic idea still works. Alright, sweet. Now all we need to do... Why are computers so much different when... Wait, I picked up a circuit board, didn't I? That up there was a circuit board. This is a computer. Okay. Let's go back up. Whoa, I was meant to jump. Okay, well, it's fine. There we go. Now what we need to do is... Circuit board. Okay, maybe I picked up a computer. Now what we need to do is we need to go for steel, which is all the way over there. Fortunately, these silly distances do not scare me. What I need is 1 obelisk, what I need is 2 obelisks, what I need is 3 obelisks, what I need is 4 obelisks, what I need is 5 obelisks right here on the side, what I need is 6 obelisks right on the very edge, and then what I need to do is I just need to... Oh, okay, I was going a bit too quick, wasn't I? Okay, so note to self, when you're going at terminal velocity, the obelisk moves slower than you do. Thus, the only place you can throw the obelisk is behind you, not in front. It seems a bit unrealistic, but okay, fair. I suppose fair, alright. Joining a nuclear power. Nuclear will be fun. Okay. Well, fortunately, right now we have to traverse the really long distance. Fortunately, that's what I made this speed cannon for. Which is, as you can see, it's a device specifically made to help me utilize my true potential and unlock 100% of my power. Alright, and also what... Oh yeah, we need motors, that's right. Or rotors, actually. Do we have any rotors? Yes, we do. Okay, a bit of a mistimed, but... I really wish we could pick up these more quickly. Whoa, okay. Ah, damn it. I keep forgetting when the animation is loading, you can't explode anything. Okay, so we can't do it immediately, which means we can do this. Oh, that's curious. Okay, okay. I'm sorry, bees. I'm busy. You got the nerves faster trust. I know, but what's the fun of, you know, hyper tubes? Hyper tubes are boring in comparison to this. Hyper tubes launch you. This one blows you up. It could be a minor arachnophobia warning actually around these parts. There is a pretty big spider running around, so in case anyone doesn't like spiders, you've been warned. I think the crate is right there, right? Or is that a different crate? That feels like a different crate. Okay. Where's my crate? That's my crate right there. That's so far away. Just kidding. We have no obelisks. Mwah. Perfect. Leave footprints, now I leave craters. Okay, let's go up there real quick. There we go. And then 2 more nobelisks, because I just love X's. Oh yeah, and here's where we hit terminal velocity, that makes sense actually. And there we go. Copper sheets laying around. Oh, this place is a mess. And a lot of concrete. I think I would define make it as smooth widow. Thank you. I am. And let's do like a little bit of a speed cannon on this container. Now that was a successful launch. Note to self. Okay, there we go. See, we need to throw the Nobelisk before we reach terminal velocity, because at terminal velocity I am heavier than Nobelisk, thus I'm moving quicker. Physics, actually. Physics. Oh, buy the lamppost. This game seems to have a lion's share of just traversal. Normally it doesn't. Well, actually, right now we could unlock trains, and with trains I could just automate train stations, and trains could be moving all of these resources around. It's just that I'm waiting for Theft to join in to do that, so yeah. Trains are for some reason my favorite part of Satisfactory. Well, obviously I love Noblest, right? Like, hold on. First of all, Windows. And second of all, that was I was trying to get back in the game. Now we can go for it. You can upload whenever you want, alright? Let's go pick up some steel beams, just a couple. And now it's time to get back. In order to get back, we're going to use this surface right here as our speed cannon. In order to have this launch be effective, we'll need just a couple of... Just a few... Just like, you know, just a... There we go. Bit too far. Tiny little bit too far, okay. Guess we need to go this way. Why am I just walking? Nobelisks! Make it! You have so many of them. It's my secret stash. Oh, okay. Face reveal at death? Why? Beyond? Death and beyond. I feel like after I die I should wait like, you know, 2 or 3 years at least. Or decades. To make things interesting, you know? We're almost there. We're almost there. Just need a couple more. I'm actually running low on Nobelisks. Because I'm leaving all of them in my death caskets. Alright. Let's just like 3 for now. Let's see how it goes. Oh, it actually pushed me back because the distance was great. Oh, I see what the problem is. The distance was way too great. We need 1, we need 2, we need 3. Let's have the distance be really tiny now. Let's see how it goes. 5, really tiny distance. Okay, not too tiny. Got it. Pre-record live streams and videos. I just need to anticipate what everyone would ask. And that was the last one. Fortunately, we have a crate right there, I think. One of these. This one's moving the quickest, which means the closer one. Right here. With some extra obelisks, which means we can now use them to boost and boost and boost and boost this walk. Let's see. Oh, it did. Oh, it did. Oh, okay, I'm good at this. I am really... I should have waited a bit longer than that. Oh, that's all my nobles. Fine, I'll just walk like a normal person. Just this feature of the game. I mean, yeah, it's a good one, isn't it? I'm basically a living bullet when I do this whole thing. It's great. Spam the old detonator. And what's really funny is that I'm pretty certain the character has to hold one of the buttons for this to work. Like you can see in one of the buttons it says press and hold 2. And we're just permanently pressing it. So, and we're just running around constantly with this detonator in our hand, so it must be extremely comfortable. Alright, this one is our crate, so we pick it up and we gonna use the obelisks once again. I'm pretty certain they can destroy this thing, but yeah, let's try it anyway. There we go. Now, which crate are we going for? Good question, but first let's dig the landing. Beautiful. And now let's just... There we go. My favorite character in Team Fortress 2 was the Demo Man. I'm certain none of you could tell, but yeah. Those are our stuff. Now we just need to make our way back. So in order to make our way back, we're obviously going to use the obelisks like this, and then launch ourselves up a bit. Leave this one on the ground. A bit too far, a bit too far, a bit... We're good, we're fine. And then we're going to... Okay, also buy the C-Shop miner, bye. Have a good one. Okay, a few too many, we wasted a couple. But what's important right now is landing this. What killed me? Oh, the toxic gas! Oh, that was such a perfect landing! Fine, I'm fine. We're getting closer each time. And wasting a lot of obelisks doing this. But it's alright. Did we unlock the smart conveyor belts, by the way? I mean the smart... Yeah, we did. Cool. It's fine, we just need to go down there. There we go. Sweet. And now we can go back up. Oh. Yeah, I completely missed it throw. But at least we have one more obelisk. I could just walk back. What's the fun in that? Waiting for Tefta. We need some way to kill the time. Congrats, we did a trip which would normally take 5 minutes in so far like 45, so it's clearly a more efficient way to travel. Observers make it. I don't even know what you mean by that. Ultimate reality, you mean like I'm the main character, I'm the only one who's conscious? I mean, pretty certain Will Wood has a song about that. But you can tell for yourself you're conscious, and if you're conscious then that would completely disprove that. Unless you would like to measure what is real in a different way, but... Oh, that's canon. Yes, okay. That was a good throw. A bit, you know... Didn't help, but a good throw. And then the fourth one right here just to give us height. And height it did give, We're getting closer. We're getting certainly closer. With each death, we're closer to achieving our ultimate goal of bringing those steel beams back. By the way, why make it? It's a long story. Long and boring one. I just realized the only ways we used to get up there was with obelisks, which are currently sitting in a crate right on top of that hill, so Ooh, and there's a pretty big cave down here. Ah. Good to know. We might go exploring. Oh yeah, now I also remember why we brought the rotors back. Is this high enough? Nope. But it is good enough. Actually, that's all we need, that one platform right there. We can reach it. There we go. Now all we need to do is just... That's not much higher. See, it works about. I told you we needed one platform. The crate is down there. It's fine. Give me my obelisks. We're going back up because we have a drive to open up. I think it's up there. All right. I couldn't. There's an animation that's going on whenever you stop that. Give me obelisks. Give me more. Give me. I need more. I just need like 15 to get there. Normally I would need like 3, but I'm also gonna use them on my way back. Okay. Because you really have fun while playing a video. Have fun while playing a video game? Ew, why would I ever do that? That's just ridiculous. Okay, I wanna go over there. Okay, that wasn't okay. I was meant to get myself another obelisk. Alright. Hi, the friend. Would you mind not attacking me for a second? I'm kind of... That looks like attacking me. See ya. Whoa. Oh, we're back here. Hi. Hi, listen. Hear me out. Hear me out. Hear me out. Hear me out. Okay, listen. Hear me out. Hear me out. Okay, okay. Friend. Listen. Listen here. Listen here. I have a proposition. How about I just leave? Okay. Is that good? Yeah, I feel like that's solid. I feel like that was a solid idea. That was the last obelisk. Perfect timing. Perfectly timed to perfection. Now all we need to do is just get up there, which should be easy. We just need one obelisk right here, one obelisk right here, one obelisk right here, and one obelisk right there. And no, that's definitely not excessive. I'm certain it will be just A-OK. Okay, that might have been a bit much. However, I'm amazing, so, you know. And there we go, now we can make our way back. Like this, like this, like this, and like this, and like this, and like... like this precisely. There we go. Keep forgetting they deal damage, you know? Hello there. Hi there, Mr. X. Hi. Why are you explaining yourself? Because it's quicker. Well, it's more speed. I wouldn't say quicker is the right word in this case. It gives me speed. Allow me to demonstrate. right here we have a purple, right? If we set up an obelisk right in here, right in this spot, then right in this spot to give ourselves some vertical distance, and then right in this spot as a final booster. Then if I go this way, if I get myself an obelisk, if I start... the animation cancels the... Oh, of course, the obelisk getting animation cancels out the animation of actually starting the thing. I keep forgetting. So if we repeat the process, get ourselves an obelisk, and then... What game is this now? This is Satisfactory. This is Satisfactory. And we made it back in one piece-ish, kind of. Good enough. The point is, we have a drive, which you can scan. And the point is, we have steel beams. I'm keeping the obelisks. And we can use these steel beams to... with concrete to make some encased steel beams. Why am I walking over there? That's so silly. There we go. Much better. Alright, give me this, give me this. And now let's craft some encased industrial beams. Why is there one watching now? Because either because YouTube is glitching or because there is just one person watching right now. Both are possible. Now we're going to craft a lot of encased industrial beams. That's because encased industrial beams are the new building material for the next stage. And once the Earth gets there, I would like to have them ready. Alright. Give me a second, let me respond to some comments. I'll actually give hearts. Two, I'm one happy. Laying them nasty be the thing, yeah. So how is everyone doing? How's everyone's day going? You all having fun? Anything interesting happened? Where'd you get the airplane meme? I think from like a chemistry Discord server, I think. I don't remember exactly which one. Alright. So, more mathematics. Do you have study tips, make it? For math? Yeah, you have to realize whether you want to study mathematics for the sake of mathematics or mathematics for the sake of using mathematics. Because these are two completely different things. If you'd like to study mathematics for the sake of mathematics, I would recommend 3 Blue 1 Brown and trying to understand the reasoning behind every single topic and every single operation you come across. If you'd like to study it for the sake of using it, then I would recommend Black Pen, Red Pen, and just solving as many integrals as possible, because calculus, like in my opinion at least, the most widely used one. Getting a book walk through it, yeah, but getting a book only works for the second one if you want to actually use something. I should probably set up machinery for this in case industrial beams, you know. Let's do it. In order to set up the machine, we're gonna need pipes. We're gonna need wires, probably reinforced iron plates, pipes, cables. I think that's it. So, 2 storage containers, 1 storage container. Then an assembler in the middle, for which we're missing rotors, of course we are. Have 1, sweet. There we go. Ooh, another thing we can use is this. I really should be using Purple Mark II. Ah, well. And now you can also have these. Really crank those bad boys up. And there we go, just like that we have automated, reinforced, oh, encased industrial beams. Have you ever composed by yourself a Make It song? Yes, a long time ago. They aren't great. If the best I can do is mediocre output, would it be a waste to try to do academia? What do you mean mediocre output? And also, don't, like, here's the thing. Don't think that a good way to see if you should go for academia or not is dependent on whenever you're smart in a certain object. Like, the purpose of academia is to teach you something, right? So if you don't understand physics, going into academia for physics would be actually a good step, wouldn't it? Because then they would teach you about physics. I have a subpar noggin. Then study for it. In this case we will need an obelisk because there's not really a way for us to go up to the concrete without it. Do you have the song saved? Yeah, I think. I don't remember exactly where. They're not great. That was background music I made. If you're expecting some, I know, living tombstone level, it's not gonna be that. It's gonna be background music. And here we are. Is it fair to what is unfair? So we can perform great feats with a fraction of the time it takes us mortals to. Whilst it is like technically unfair, on the like, it's more dependent on your work than you think. There are just some people who spend a lot of time working to be good at learning stuff, you know? You're not taking into account how much time those people spend making themselves really good at learning stuff. So whilst it's not perfectly fair, it's way more fair than you think. From what I've seen, how good someone is at thinking and at science is way more dependent on like their will to change rather than any pre-existing conditions. So whilst it is true that, you know, your work isn't 100% reflective of what that work gives you, it's still a pretty big percent. And I would say if you try hard enough, you're going to get better than anyone else. It's just a matter of, you know, sacrificing things. And here I should also mention that sacrificing everything just to be good at one thing is not a good idea. It's... you will be best, but you also will hate yourself. Okay. Now we're getting case industrial beams. I guess the only next thing is phase 2. Fine, let's do it. Nah, but I wanna wait for Defta. I guess we can craft some obelisks. Oh, finally we're out of the oscillators. Cool. It's tempting and was in complaint there's nothing I could do, nothing could have done. Yeah, but that's a double-edged sword, however. That's actually why, you know, most people pretend like it's just bad luck that put them in this sort of situation. But, because, you know, it's a negative thought, right? The fact that, oh, there was actually something you could have done, you just didn't do it. So, yeah, on one hand it's depressing, but on the other hand, it not only works in the past, it works also in the future. And there are actually really few problems which are actually unsolvable. Like, yeah, you could have done something and you did it, but don't think about that. It's pointless to think about that. Think more about what you could still do and what still is there to be done. There are so many scenarios in which people think it's over when it's actually not. No, don't let me ask Steph though. Hi Dumpy, welcome. How did you become so wise? Long story. I'm just amazing, that's it. That's long story short, I suppose. It's not my fault. I was born this way. I was born so amazing. You know how difficult it is waking up every day, being so cool and so great? It's draining, and also always right. That's another thing. Oh, get me started on that one. Okay. There isn't really much else I can do at this point. I'm just waiting for Tefta. We have the phase 2 space elevator at our fingertips, which will give us oil and trains. We just need to wait for it, and then there we go. Your videos are so cool. Do you do YouTube full time? No, I do not. They don't pay me enough for me to do it full time. That's the only reason. If I was getting more money off YouTube, I would do it full time. But I do not. Maybe though. Maybe one day. My main job is still making ads and CGI work, which I don't really like. It's meaningless. I'm sorry, NVA, you've joined at a pretty awkward time. I'm just waiting for someone to join in the game. They have a meeting right now, and I'm waiting until that meeting is over. So we need like 15 minutes before they join in. I guess it's good enough time as any to answer some questions, so in case anyone has any questions. There we go, and this way. It's gonna be just gonna walk. I have an idea. I'm certain this is gonna work out great for me. What could possibly go wrong? This is a great idea. Yeah, this is gonna work. I'm certain. Alright, where's the third one? Okay, that's the first one. Alright, note to self, it has to be higher. Got it. Everything right here is frozen because we already maxed out our storage. Which is precisely why we'll need to get some more storage and build a main hub. But for that we need trains. I guess we could build the hub right now. There shouldn't be anything stopping us exactly. Yeah, let's do it. So in order to build the hub, first we need a place for it, which I think this one is as good as any. Second of all, it will need to be higher up. The reason why is we need the space for it, as I mentioned. And I think right here would be quite nice. So let's make ourselves a ramp staircase. Like this. And then there we go. The main hub will be right here, I think. You can see the factories. That's a pretty solid height. Okay. Now what? Well, we'll need a line. And then we'll also need... Okay, right here we'll have a second entrance. The jump pad entrance. So we'll set up for this. And right here we're gonna have the train station. Or rather train station input place. And then right here we're gonna have the line. The line will be our own system for managing the resources, in which everything... Oh, YouTube, Windows, thank you so much for turning up my game. Okay. What would be the best way for the line to function? Well, take this, we triangulate the position, integrate the partial derivative, then the error function. Here's an idea. Basically, we're gonna need a different industrial storage container for... We don't have an industrial storage container. Okay, cool. We have enough materials for it. Don't worry, we should have enough materials in our base, which means all we need to do is just get a quick hop to our base. Like this, and then a quick... Oh boy, I forgot. Okay, well, note to self. When you hit terminal velocity, you're faster than the obelisk, which makes sense. Oh yeah, right. Beams and tubes. We already have tubes. Okay, all we need is beams, which are right there. Yep. There we go. Now, this will be a line, which basically means we'll have a conveyor belt going forward when we get the resource forward, and then off to the side we'll have each and every single one of the materials going. Why am I trying to do it so efficiently, so perfectly? Let's just do it and see how it works. Okay, so we'll have one storage container, we'll have the other storage container, we'll have the third storage container. I could also unlock blueprints and just do it with blueprints, which means it'll be a bit more automated, but no, it's good enough too. Here's some more space. And then, they don't seem to be aligned, right? They are aligned. That's them being aligned? They look aligned. Well, are they? Yeah, why does it feel off? It feels like they're all on a different height, doesn't matter, okay. Now what we need is we need to go back yet again, because I forgot the materials for the smart splitter. And this time we have to remember that. When we hit terminal velocity, we're faster than... Doesn't matter, it's fine. No, it's not! You are unbelievable. I'm sorry, where's my crate? Oh, it's on the space elevator, that makes sense. Whoops. I can't actually get there. No! No! I don't want to configure the space elevator. I want my crate. No! Damn it, my obelisks. It's fine, we should have a couple more right here. Okay. Now picking up resources is gonna be annoying. Let me make sure everything copied, by the way. From the drive to the place. Looking... Well, it looks pretty fine so far. And how much space we have? 40 gigabytes. Good. Let's move all of this. Well, Mondays, am I right? It's Wednesday. Thursday, actually. Thursdays, am I right? I'm trying to pass the time. I am sorry. I'm not entertaining. I'm not funny. I'm just wasting for after. Oh, my drive broke again. That's a good sign, isn't it? When your drive keeps disconnecting and reconnecting, that's always a good sign. Wait, what happens if I attach these post obelisks to the weird creature? Because from what I've seen, doesn't appear to really care about the post obelisks. Oh, now I can't find one, huh? There you are. Do you care? Don't seem to care. Was that you moving away, or was that you getting bounced away? Hold on, wait here, friend! More testing is required! We need more testing. Okay. What happens if I attach, like, one? And then we go back. And we attach the second one. Okay, that didn't work. Get back here! In the name of science! And animal cruelty. Get back! Get back! I need to test something! No, that missed. Okay, well. It's fine. Hold on. Quit laughing. This is serious. Serious matter. Okay. Now let's see. Don't push me away. Yeah, you did not affect the door. Okay.
Yeah, that's not nice.
Hi there, Tef. Tachi, I keep forgetting you just join in. Hi. How you doing?
Good, how are you doing?
pretty well. Pretty good. Well then. Yeah. Oh yeah. So I've been waiting for the past hour or hour and a half. Basically, I've completed I have enough materials to complete the phase 2, but I wanted to wait for you to actually pull the lever.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, listen. You have to realize how much I'm sacrificing. How difficult it was. I am one lever pull away from trains. Okay, and I'm not. I didn't do it. I didn't do it because I was waiting.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, the restraint, the dedication, the commitment.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Well, how are things
I
going?
appreciate it a lot.
How are things going then?
Busy, very busy. Very, very busy.
I know, that's why I haven't been really asking you to stream with me, because I know you are.
But I needed it, so like I saw you playing Satisfactory, and I was like, only if I could. But I actually, all the stuff that I'm doing, I actually have free time because I'm only doing meaningful work. And I think it is true that you still,
Actually, I have something,
it's possible to relax and do a lot of.
I actually have something fairly similar. I mean, okay, not something similar, only something which feels the same way. Where basically, you remember the photo I sent of the thing that I'm working on right now, the plastic, the one which I said
Yes.
was really nice. Well, I'm completely scrapping that prototype and starting over, which means all of those hours of work, just I'm just throwing them out the window, because it wasn't good enough. It was failing like crazy, but I don't feel really all too bad about it because it's just pleasant. It's really nice. It's a really fun thing to do. So it's not exactly the same thing. I get what you feel.
Yeah. Man, my
there
health
you
is
go.
low.
Yeah, well, hi the Tefta then, and welcome to my factory.
That's not too bad.
I am having so much fun doing this.
It's nice.
Okay, so let's start with the most obvious one right away, because oh my goodness, I've been waiting for past hour and a half for this. Load,
Yes.
seal, send.
Nice.
Phase 2, that's actually the furthest phase we've ever gotten to. We've never completed phase 3.
Phase 3 is impossible,
I mean, it's...
isn't it?
I don't...
Is it the last one?
No, yeah, I mean, the last one is phase 3, but you need to complete the phase 3 to get... I mean, the last one is phase 4. And we've never gotten to phase 4.
Oh, yeah.
Phase 4 is nuclear power, if I do remember correctly. Which... Nuclear power and aluminum. For some reason, we, even though it's like a extremely high-tech factory, we only unlock aluminum after steel, which is curious. But yeah, so right now, the first thing we should unlock is probably oil processing, for which we're gonna need motors. I mean, yeah, I don't feel like there's any need to explain exactly.
Motors.
Yeah, motors.
Well, no, it's helpful because that way I know what
Yeah, here's the thing.
I will be helping.
I mean, honestly, I thought that for this stream we're just gonna, do the typical where you would build the oil factory, I would build a central hub, and in the meantime we would just be talking about aliens. That just a good old make it Tefta life.
Hey,
stream.
that sounds like a classic. Yeah.
Yeah.
Satisfactory.
Classic satisfactory live stream.
I think. Yeah, it's awesome.
Like
I'm down, man.
in Rick and Morty, they had this bit going where some classic Rick and Morty adventures. We just have a classic Tefta and make it satisfactory live stream. All right, I'm gonna bring steel pipes. We don't really have a factory that makes motors because I am grandly actually. Well, I'm not. Okay, we have a lot of decent factories. We have a factory which makes. Right in the central hub where you are, we have a factory which makes wires, we have a factory which makes cables, we have a factory which makes copper sheets, we have a factory which makes plates, rods, reinforced iron plates, and rotors. Then next to that we have a factory which makes modular frames. We have a factory which makes quick wire. We have a factory which makes steel beams and steel pipes, and I think that's it. So we're missing encased industrial beams, but we do have a lot of them. We don't have them automated, but we do have a lot of them. We're missing heavy modular frames. We're missing motors, and I think that's it. So these are the three. Oh, and obviously right now we're going to. Yeah, I don't know how. My mouth just doesn't work. I don't.
No, I like the accent, like motus. Like I forgot that word.
It's
because that's the only time I hear it. It's listening to your stream. Okay.
No?
I'm gonna take a lot of these. Okay, so my mission is to find oil.
Right now, I mean, we know where oil is because we always go for the same place. And it's actually right next to. Like if you look at the water, if you look at the ocean from the main base and then look left, that's where the oil will be. Right now, what we need is we need to craft 50.
The ocean. Look at the ocean and then left to it.
Yes.
Of it. So like kind of where I'm at. Across the sea.
Yeah. Right where you're looking, and then even more left, and then yeah, that's precisely where oil is. It's the same spot we always use. It's just that right here when we start in the light desert, it's really close. Okay, well I have a lot of pipes. I have a lot of steel beams, which is nice. That's good.
I need copper. Where's copper at?
In the main bay. Okay, that's something I can't really explain. It's one of the factories in the main base. There are three. There's the concrete one, there's the copper one, and then there's the iron one.
You know what? I'm going to check. There we go. Just check for the ore, and then I know where the copper's at.
Yeah, smart. And just like that, I'm going back with pipes. We have copper sheets, and then right away you can unlock oil. Oh, these post obelisks are so fun. I can just explode myself around. It's great. Yeah. Also, today
we have to wait for the thing to come back.
Well, we will need to wait for the thing to come back once we research oil, so we won't be able to get trains right away, but it doesn't matter because in order to build the train stations we need computers which require plastic. Which means we will need to wait for the thing to come back, but we'd have to wait anyway because all the things from now on will require plastic.
So I'm just gonna cross the ocean and lay some track down.
Yeah, we also have power lines Mark II, which I would recommend. They just have more inputs, so you don't have to worry about running out of inputs. And they just take quick wire. They are the exact same recipe as Mark I, except they take quick wire, so which we have a lot of. Okay, that's the pipes, and then copper sheets. I've actually been spending a lot of money recently. I've set up. Oh yeah, one thing which I already mentioned to you, but I've set up an account with a bulk supplier of electrical components, and it's it's so awful because now it's so easy and convenient for me to order stuff. I don't have to fill in my name, I don't have to fill in my address. You know, the account already has that information, which means now if I want to order some electrical components in bulk, I just have to press a button, which is too easy. I spent around $100 on it already, like 50 MOSFETs, 100 resistors, I think 50 diodes, an electromagnet to mix it up a bit. And a couple more things. I think like a cable with like a triple core cable for the MOSFETs precisely. So that's convenient. Also another thing, that's today. Oh my goodness, I spent so much money today. Today I think I spent a total of $300, something like that, on the electrical components and the glassware, which I'll need for a video. I was gonna cheap out and do
Glass, that's crazy.
I was gonna cheap out and do like a DIY setup, but then Harry from Scrap Science told me, well, not told me, like made me realize just how bad of an idea that would truly be. So I'm actually buying genuine, honest, professional glassware to make the reaction, which is cool, and not poison myself. Hopefully, I feel like it's a decent goal.
Yeah, yeah. Are you sure that the oil is this way? I think it's just ocean.
I mean, we can wait for... I can unlock oil processing in like a minute or two and then you can scan for it. Wait,
okay.
Hold on, where are you going? Oh,
yeah,
look
across
to
the
right.
ocean.
No, not cross the ocean. It's in the coast. Like, that's why I meant...
Oh,
yeah, what
okay.
I meant is look towards the
like
ocean
over
and
here.
then to the left. As in, you know, the left...
Oh, I was thinking... Because I think left as in west.
Oh,
I'm like,
no.
okay, the ocean, and then more past the... It's like, okay, that's west. Ah, I got you. So
I should have
south.
clarified.
South after
Yes.
the shoreline. Gotcha.
South, yes. And
I would have been finding the edge of the game.
yeah,
That would have been cool.
I'm actually no. Can you? I don't know if you can follow them up. Oh, but version 1.0 will be releasing soon. I'm really excited for it.
Ooh, sweet.
Yeah, which means they like all of the alien artifacts or the alien ore that should no longer be work in progress. That should be finally working once it releases. I'm really curious to see what they'll do with it because I'm pretty certain they kept that secret so far.
It's like Sons of the Forest.
Yeah, exactly.
Where you beat the game without knowing what anything makes sense.
Except
then,
in Sons of the Forest, they actually finished the ending first, which means that right now we can replay the whole thing, except we already know the full story. Well, not the full story. We know we know bits and pieces. We basically know how the story will end. We don't know why it will end like that, but we know how. Actually, way more fun this way, just finishing with this many questions.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there's this...
It's
like,
more mysterious.
Yeah, oh yeah, there's this like giant cube which teleports you to an alien world with like demons and such. Oh, why is that cube there? Don't worry about it, it's just, you know, a cube. Oh, each one takes 2 status. Okay, never mind, it will take a bit longer than that. Wait, did you bring any materials with you, or... Ah, it doesn't matter.
I did.
I can
Enough
save you some, actually. Yeah, if you're liking... That's actually... You know what? It's actually really... We actually did it the right way, because now you'll be there, now you'll be able to tell me what you're missing, then I can just bring you the materials as I go.
Okay. I got enough for, yeah, most of this stuff, but...
I really don't like talking about YouTube stats, and I love talking about YouTube stats. It's a love and hate relationship, because there are 2 reasons for why like conversations happen. The conversations happen either because you want someone to hear about something, or because you want to say it. And in this case, I am fully aware that no one wants to hear about YouTube stats because no one cares, but I really want to brag. Carry on with your thoughts. Sorry for...
Yeah, definitely brag. Well, I did some consulting for someone starting a YouTube channel.
Oh yeah.
And they're doing really well, actually. And sometimes I'm not the most polite. I was like, oh, by the way, you know, your mic placement was bad. But I did send like a nice email before, but I felt bad because I wasn't trying to be criticizing. I was trying to be helpful. And I'm like, oh yeah, I need to work on my
well, that's the tricky bit, right? That's the tricky bit. You do need to be criticizing in that case. Like, it's a job, it's a genuine job requirement, right? They're paying you to criticize them.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you don't want to come off as, you know, like, hateful or something.
Yeah. Well, it's actually funny because I said that they didn't have to pay me, and then they're like, "We'll pay you." So, okay. And so I actually don't mind because since I already said I always help out my friends usually for a minimal amount of time. I usually give most of my friends a free website. So I equate that now to 2.5 hours. So I was like, I'll give you 2.5 hours, and I think they're stoked. So
A free website's a great measurement, a great unit in my opinion.
Yeah. Because it's actually pretty easy for me. I can have it done in like, I don't know, 15 minutes.
I like how nice of friends I actually have, like expert wise. Basically, every single person I consider a friend has some sort of outstanding skill set or something of the sort, and because of that, basically, I really like that sort of friendship thing where no one cares how much time you're actually spending on someone because they're your friend and you know it's worth in the end. So it's not like you're keeping tabs of, oh, how much did you help me so that I can help you the exact same ways that, you know, we get the same value of friendship or whatever. No, it's just about it. It's really nice. And it's really nice, especially for me, because I don't have that sort of skill set, so I can actually use that relationship, you know, like a parasite and just... It's great.
Well, I think, you know, like for, I've done business with a lot of my friends, and that's just because I think that like YouTube is technically a business, and doing business stuff is like a more deeper friendship than if you're just hanging out watching sports or something, in my opinion. So I really like the, you know, actually having mutual goals. It makes the friendship more fun. I don't know, but
I mean, yeah, that's why I absolutely love, like, well, either research groups or engineering groups. Absolutely love that. When it, like, for example, if I don't know, if you had like two people making some sort of electrical circuit thing, and you had like one doctor, and they were like trying to create like something. I'm just you know, hypothetically,
the
like
bones.
some muscles, like electrical muscles, for example, you know, like synthetic muscles.
Yeah.
That would be amazing.
That would be.
I know if my reference was subtle enough.
Yeah, no. It was great.
I just really find the synthetic muscles project really cool. It's great.
That is awesome. Yeah. And Delta Robotics. Oh, what's also cool is I won a contest through Ultimate Robotics. They sent me 3 more sensors so I can continue work on open muscle because one of my sensors was broken. So now I have that. So that's kind of cool.
That's really cool. I recently really gotten into... I wanna... I don't know if I should spoil it.
Yay money.
Yay money,
Capitalistic
indeed.
friend.
I don't know if I should spoil it, but... well, I'll spoil it a little bit. Soon I'm gonna get a lot into building robots. And this is not like a make it, oh, soon I'll research that kind of promise. No, I'm already doing it. I've already went through 2 prototypes, and the third one is gonna stick. I already know the third one's gonna stick because I'm
gonna use Motus.
Motus, indeed. I'm gonna use Motus. You know how annoying it is when you have to describe on camera how something works, but you like can't use some words because you just can't pronounce them. It's so awful. It's awful. It's hell. It's torture. And then I've only now realized how much I'm avoiding saying the word motor in my day-to-day life. Motor, it's not a difficult word to say. Doesn't matter, irrelevant. That was just a quick make it round.
Just say, just put an E at the end. Motor.
Motor.
But like how I say motor is like that.
Motor.
It's like I'm saying mode and with a R at the end.
Motor. I can't pronounce R's for some reason. The thing is, like, oh, there we go. No. Now we have it. The thing is, I have actually a European accent, which means that, you know, the one thing which I've seen a lot of Europeans do when they speak English is they over-pronounce their R's. So, you know, they say something like a motor, something like that.
Yeah.
So they actually roll their R's, which is...
Matt's in Poland right now, by the way.
Really? Oh,
yeah.
I'm scared.
Yeah.
My rival.
Yeah. You could run into him. You could run into him on the street. It's possible.
My rival. Oh, I'll get you one day, man. The other polished friend of Tertus. But yeah, basically, a lot of Europeans overpronounce their R's, and I've seen that happen. And because I wanted to speak, you know, pleasant English that's actually nice to hear, because of this whole streaming thing, I basically went too far in the other direction. So the reason why I'm having so much trouble actually pronouncing all of the words which have R's in them is precisely because I didn't want to... It's irony. It's a beautiful form of irony.
It's irony.
It's always irony. Iron.
Oh, speaking of, so you were talking about your friends that have certain titles. So I have 2 more titles since I've spoken to you last. One of them is Chief Technical Officer, and the other one is AI Czar.
Well,
So,
this case I
there's
didn't
that.
really mean titles, I meant skill sets, but yeah, that's also cool.
but that is they are skill sets.
they are
which-
they are basically a symbol of a skill set. Basically like a label
Yeah.
to tell other people.
Does- but I don't like labels necessarily. But at the same time, I'm realizing, well, this is the role that I have to play. So researching those roles and exactly what goes on is kind of an interesting discipline to learn.
I don't actually.
So,
I don't
like-
actually know if it's the
Yeah.
fact that you don't like labels or if you don't like misuse of labels, because these are different. Like labels are useful. Labels are really useful. There's a reason why we use them. It's just that
Well,
really often people misuse them.
Yeah, because every word is a label, right?
Yeah, precisely.
English. So
When you
every
say
language.
when you say a bike, then we don't really use like an extremely rigid, strong definition in our day-to-day lives when we say a bike. What a bike means is basically a label which we give to a certain set of objects which have a certain properties which we would think of as bike-ish. In the same way, if you call someone, I don't know, a technician or something, it is a label, but it's basically a label because we think of them as having a skill set which we would attribute to someone who would call technician. The problems happen when we misuse labels. So, for example, when all of a sudden they're being associated with the wrong things. Like, for example, okay, I won't go too controversial. Let's just say mathematicians and let's say nerd, right? So mathematicians, for example,
You're gonna
having
throw out something like super controversial.
yeah, there's a lot of
I don't want to be controversial.
examples.
Let me bring up the biggest. No, sorry.
I don't want to go controversial. Let's talk religion. So
And
like for
politics.
example, in politics, obviously. What's your favorite race? Anyway, like for example, mathematicians and having a poor social life, right? Like mathematicians aren't being defined by a poor social life. They are being defined by their ability to do maths. So when you label all mathematicians as having poor social lives, then that's a misuse of labels. Because you're using the label, but you're using it with in the wrong way. And that is a big problem, and that's really annoying to me. That's how a lot of conflicts happen. Oh, there is so much wildlife I can... Oh, I didn't bring any obelisks. Whoops. I'll set up an oil extractor. I'm missing mortars, that's great. But yeah, anyhow, going back, and I'm really like building robots. It's so much fun. Oh my goodness, it's so much fun. It's so great. I've built so far the picture I've sent to you. It was walking, past tense, yeah, but it was walking perfectly, which means it was walking exactly how I wanted it to walk, which is,
Yes.
I mean, it's incredible. When I know that feeling mostly from programming, when you basically finish a program and you 100% expect it to fail, but then it accidentally ends up walking. That's basically what I felt like. And so when it ended up working, it was incredible. But then it broke because that was a bit of a prototype. It had a lot of garbage in it, and that's why right now I'm gonna make a new one, which will have the exact same functionality, except it will be just cleaner and better. And yeah, that's
It's
actually
so
why
fun
I
when
spent
in the
so much
real
money.
world. It's the marriage between programming and the real world
Yeah,
is like hardware.
it really is. I mean, it actually exactly is. Because if you think about it, programming also happens in real world, except we just interpret the information more abstractly. So we don't think of programming as electrical signals, we think of it as programs. But hardware making is working with electrical signals and thinking about them as electrical signals.
It's little itty bitty loops of electricity, which, if you think about it, if you were to describe 1,000 years ago, like all you got to do is draw really, really small and charge it up with, stuff like lightning. Then
It's not magic. Trust me, it's
you
not
can
magic.
you could view past events from a device. Yeah, it's not
basically-
magic. That
yeah,
sounds
but-
a lot like magic.
Yeah, basically you have this thing. You basically can take a piece of rock and you can have it in this piece of rock can do stuff for you. Like it can move on its own, like it can fly, but it's not magic, okay? It's totally not magic. You take a
Not
piece of
magic.
rock, you modify it, and it can fly. It's powered with lightning. We call it technology.
Yeah. Lightning rocks. Yeah, sure, Thor, whatever.
Or even more.
Let's
Yeah.
use your not magic.
Yeah, this is a Tesla coil. We basically use rare minerals in order to power it and create lightning. We call it
Yeah.
science. I really
We
like
turn
this.
lightning back into lightning. It's a lightning generator from past lightning.
We can store lightning.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah,
That's
going back to it, I really like robot creation, and another thing is that it's a perfect generalist project because in the end, especially rockets. Oh, I am fascinated with rockets. In order to build a rocket,
Yeah.
you need to be at least good in every single field with lower abstraction than biology. Every single one of them. You need to be at least solid in chemistry, both inorganic, organic, and quantum. You need to be at least solid in when it comes to electricity, when it comes to programming, when it comes to engineering, when it comes to classical mechanics, when it comes to all kinds actually of classical mechanics, from fluid mechanics up to, well, everything else, to be honest. So
Yeah.
I just love rockets. But
I do too.
prototyping gets so expensive. Oh my goodness, you were not kidding. As I
Yeah.
mentioned-
Well, you know, there's $1 million prize if you can land something on the moon. I mean, I don't know if it's still standing, but anybody that can
I mean, that's
literally
a
get
difficult
something to the
task.
moon.
That is a really difficult task.
Yeah.
And not for the reason why people think,
Yeah.
actually. It's not even that you would run out of fuel.
Well,
it's that... But
It's
that's only part of the
expensive.
problem.
And also, how are you gonna get your coordinate system?
Yeah,
Right?
that's
You have to
precisely-
literally build a visual coordinate system from cameras that look at stars to tell the position, and you have to calculate your trajectory, in
Yeah, that's-
orbit, and hopefully get the data back. Because what point is landing on the moon if you can't even transmit an image back? And how are you going to transmit an image?
And another problem,
Right?
Also another problem, which well, there are actually so many problems with landing a rocket on the moon. It's so incredible
Yeah.
that we did it 60 years ago. By the way, like no one. Wait, 60 more?
is.
60? Time is passing by so quick. It was 60.
60 years. Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
I'll have to look at that up.
Ah, close enough.
It was in 1960s, and it's 2020.
Yeah, okay,
Right.
that was 60.
Why is it not? Oh yeah, I forgot. You can't do that when the thing is there.
But is
Oh yeah, but
requires so many things.
somebody introduced me to another IT person as an AI czar over a meeting today, and I'm like, oh, that's interesting. And then I instinctively says, my other title is consultant, but I was like, no, I should, that is technically what I'm doing. So it's just kind of. Robert Miles even said that. He's like, I am not qualified, but you realize, well, who has enough skill sets to tie all these, like you do, a generalist, right?
Imposter syndrome, basically.
So, yeah, but again, since the technology is relatively new, and if a company is actually trying to implement AI, how does one do that? That I'm equipped to do, just because I negotiate all that stuff all the time. So it's an interesting time.
I would say all these titles aren't really about how much you know, only how much you're willing to learn. So,
I
for
think
example,
that's true.
When you have someone
Yeah.
who's a physicist, like has a doctorate and is a physicist, then if you need their help with some sort of hyper advanced equation, let's say, then they probably on the beginning will not know what they're talking about, because you can't just know all of physics, obviously. That's just too much knowledge to have.
Yeah.
What you actually expect someone who's really good at physics to do is you're expecting them to take the problem you have, study it, and then because of their physical background, just figure out different ways that this problem can be approached. So it shouldn't
Yes.
really be measured how much you know, only how much you're willing to learn. It's more about understanding AIs than to knowing all different kinds.
Yeah. Well, and understanding how they fundamentally work, so how they could be applied effectively and ineffectively too.
Yes. So yeah, basically, it's more about having intuition about AIs than just knowing a bunch of AIs.
Yeah.
Intelligence over knowledge. Okay, I think I have all the rules to wrap the thing, and the pod returned. We've spent so much time just preparing the factory that... Oh, hold on. There's one thing I should do.
Okay, so I should have...
How nerdy are we willing to be? I would say how cool are you willing to be. Go on. I'm just responding happy.
Oh no, I wasn't. I was splitting hairs, the difference between a nerd and a geek.
Ah.
The other day. I was like, nerd, yes, I agree with it. That is nerdish, as opposed to geekish. Because I just consider geeks somebody that know, like, fictional things.
I would say, like, differentiating
if you know
between a nerd and a geek is a very nerd thing to do.
Yeah, it is.
Hold on, Tefta.
But a geek is like, hey, this fictional. That's something I can't get interested in. Is like the MC universe or whatever, or the Marvel Comics or DC. Yeah, it's just like, well, it's a fiction. It's complete fiction. So why would I be interested in memorizing when I could learn about different models and how they're applied? But yeah. What are you doing?
Right here, on the ground, right here.
I see you. What are you looking for?
There we go.
Oh, nice.
I thought it could come in handy.
Nice.
Now we can be quick.
Okay.
I actually do enjoy a fair bit of
fiction. Oh, that's way better.
It's obviously as a hobby.
I enjoy.
There is. I mean, yeah,
but I don't enjoy memorizing it.
Oh no, it's well. I get why, but in this case, there is a certain piece of fiction which. Well, actually, there are a couple. The two that I know the most about is actually Warhammer 40k, and Batman, actually.
Okay,
not DC, not DC, Batman specifically. I don't know all that much about DC itself. There's a lot of storylines in DC. But the one I like the most is Batman vs Joker, because it's just so. Okay, so when you have superheroes, they have different I'm about to geek out on you, so.
Okay.
You
as opposed to nerdy now.
Yeah. Yep. You've caused it. Now you have to suffer. When it comes to all of the different superheroes, they really often have different powers, right? So Superman is really strong, Flash is really quick and whatnot. I really like Batman because his only superpower is like intelligence, but in an extremely accurate description of intelligence.
Money.
Which means, well, yeah, that too.
Money to intelligence.
But basically, no, but a very accurate description, so not knowledge. That's something that a lot of, different... that's something that a lot of different sci-fi things get wrong. They confuse knowledge with intelligence. Batman's superpower is intelligence. So basically, and then his arch nemesis is Joker. And basic idea is, both of them are extremely intelligent, except Batman is extremely tied to his rules, and Joker has no rules. And that's the actual conflict. Two incredibly intelligent humans fighting over when one stands for complete order, one stands for complete chaos. The best example of that being that Joker doesn't even have a goal. Like, on almost no depiction Joker does actually have a goal. Joker is just running around being a menace. And that's how few rules Joker has. It doesn't even have a goal. And Batman, on the other hand, has the rule of no killing, which he won't break even if it's the most logical thing to do. He'll never break it. And one thing which I really like is how this intelligence is like accurately made. So one of the most powerful beings in DC universe is Batman Who Laughs, which is basically Batman who's no longer tied to his rules. And I just love it so much because Batman Who Laughs doesn't have any superpowers. He's not super strong, he's not super fast, he has nothing. The only thing he has is his intelligence and complete lack of morals. And it's just, I just love the storyline where just because he's so intelligent, he's able to exploit, and doesn't have any morals, he's able to exploit every single other superhero and supervillain in his universe and just basically conquer universes one by one. And I just really like how accurate it is. And when it comes to Warhammer 40k is just ridiculous. That's it. No, not too complex over there.
Do you play the game at all?
No, absolutely not.
Oh. Yeah, because I was about to say it costs like $40,000.
Yeah, it's really expensive. That's
why I thought they called it 40k.
I mean, it's not wrong exactly. It is really expensive. Oh wait, there's no power running to it?
When I was a kid, somebody was into it, and I just was like, I went to the hobby store, and I'm like, no, I cannot afford this game. I won't be playing.
Okay, we need 8 refineries. That's a couple of them.
8 refineries?
Yeah. That's all that just from one oil extractor. One interesting thing I'll have about my robots, by the way, is my my weak point, networking. I will need to do a fair bit. Well, I probably won't do it. I know a guy who's really
networking?
good at networking, but like incredibly good. Which
awesome.
I would ask you, but you specialize more in network safety in comparison to how he just specializes in making networks, and it's just impressive. He's my guy for when I'm having trouble with computer science. He's my guy for it, and I started with computer science. So yeah, that's
so it's like if you need a CAN bus implemented in your project.
I have no idea what Canvas even is.
Well, if he knows, then he's your guy.
That's why I like surrounding myself with smart people. It's a great feeling. Well, like I just need this one specific exact thing, and I message them something like, "Oh, Flame, have you ever heard about? How much do you know about Fermi level or something?" And Flame is like, and I quote, "I know what is in theory involved in conduction. It was brought up a bit in my course. It's really convenient. It's great." I'm making a video about AI, so don't worry. I have a professional AI consultant who I can just call to ask. It's really great. It's really great. Can I come back here for? All right, we need to craft. Hi, the Caleb, by the way. Okay, so 8 refineries. We have enough of everything because I was prepared, except for motors, which we'll need 80 of, which is 60 more. 60 more, which means 120 status, which means there's some amount of materials, at least 2 materials.
2 materials.
At least 2 materials.
We need 2 items.
We need at least 2 items. Maybe 3. Okay, so 120.
Satisfactory is multiplayer.
Yes, it is. And thank goodness. It's so much more fun multiplayer.
Yes.
Ugh. Gosh darn these online shops though. It's awful. It's awful how they just let you create an account and they're so convenient. It's awful. Back in my day, in order to buy some electronic components, I had to go all the way to an electrical shop and then buy them. And then be like, "Hey, sir, can I have some resistors, please?" And then you'd be like, "Okay, what thermal dissipation value would you like?" And then I'm like, "Oh, I don't know, I just wanted some resistors." And I would be embarrassed, and then I would go home and I would cry myself to sleep. Not like these days when you can just go online and buy 100 of them. A click of a button. Too convenient. I'm gonna have to spend so much money on it. Did I mention that I bought formic acid, by the way? I have a liter of, I think, 85% formic acid.
That's... What are you gonna do with that?
I don't know, it was cheap. I just bought it, because, you know.
Yeah. Everyone needs insert chemical
What?
here
Yeah, what if one day I have so many
in their
chemicals
life.
which I just bought for fun that only recently I realized I can make gunpowder just out of things I have in my office.
So don't turn into my buddy's professor. He knew a professor at a school that was a chemistry professor, and they were doing something, and it literally, I think it was like with mercury, and it messed with their head. And they still were a professor at the school. He was super eccentric, and I guess he made his own clothes like they were quilts from other pieces of clothes. Like he had a button-up shirt that was other button-up shirts quilted together, and like yeah,
A
and
genuine.
he had like just a whole bunch of unlabeled chemicals in the lab when he eventually, I don't know if they forced him out or whatever, but they're like, yeah, we got to get a hazmat team in here because he didn't label any of his chemicals in like the schools or the college's closet, you know.
Okay, first of all,
I'm like,
a genuine mad
wowza.
scientist, a genuine real mad
Yeah.
scientist. Second of all,
Yes.
that's terrifying. I do have unlabeled chemicals, but I never.
Yeah.
But I never, and I mean never, have unlabeled chemicals which could be mistaken. I have a bottle of sulfuric acid. I have 3 brown bottles. One of them has sulfuric acid, and the other ones are empty because I would never
Yeah.
have, different chemicals in same containers in a way that could be mistaken, because that's just really, really dangerous. And
Begging for yeah.
and also another thing, I really like the shop where I'm buying my chemicals. It's also like a bulk seller of different chemicals. They are more expensive than the alternatives, but specifically the reason why I buy it from them is because they give you a container for each of your chemicals. The way they package them is just exquisite. They give you a container for each one of your chemicals where basically each one is the exact size you need, is made up from the exact material you need, and has a label telling you exactly what it is. So I don't actually have to bother with making different containers for my chemicals because I already have them, and that's why I love them so much. It's a more expensive option, but it's
That's
also
cool.
more convenient. Yeah, the reason why I pay more is just for the packaging, because it's really great packaging. And that's actually where I bought formic acid. I have a liter of formic acid now.
A leader.
Yeah, you can make like a.
Where
like a
is your
fuel cell.
steel? Where's your steel at?
Far away. Yeah, I have some. What do you need?
I need steel pipes.
I can give you.
You probably
I have them in my pocket. Oh, unless you would really want me to show you where the steel is. Okay.
no.
Because I mean, I can.
I was just gonna use them for the refineries.
I mean, there is a
but
crazy lot. Oh, you made a zipline. Hold on. You know what? Maybe it will be better if I show you where the steel is. Come here. So,
okay.
hold V and scan for iron.
Iron.
Yes.
Okay.
And wait. 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 Wait a bit more.
There we
Tiny
go.
little bit more. Hold on. Still not on my screen. Okay, doesn't matter. Can you see the crates over there? Right there.
Right in front of us.
Yes, the crates. Right where I'm looking.
Yes.
Those crates
These to the right?
are not on the right, on the left. Those crates are in the steel factory. And there should be crazy lot of steel over there.
Ah,
because
yes.
That's actually a really well optimized factory. I'm really proud of that one. That one should satisfy all of your
Okay.
steel pipe and beam needs.
Sweet, sweet. What are the beacons for?
Beacons? I'm pretty certain they're gonna be removed from the game.
Oh,
Yeah.
sad.
No one uses them.
I'll miss them, even though I don't know what they do.
I miss the beacons so much. Also, on the first Satisfactory one, when I heard that they're gonna be removed, I just crafted like 100 of them, and that was the only time I've ever crafted beacons. Just when I heard they're gonna be removed and I wanted some. So yeah.
I crafted them because I saw that they were available, and I was like,
Yeah.
oh, what is this?
Also, we have a Nobelisk factory in case you want some. That's the explosive thing. So we have a factory which just makes them.
Oh, okay.
And there should be like around 1,000 at this point over there because I haven't picked them up in a while.
Oh my goodness, you have a lot of Caterium. The Caterium
Yeah.
place.
I basically have a policy where if I'm gonna build a factory, it has to be mathematically accurate. So like there has to be no waste in the factory. Which is kind of silly when you realize that right now we have more Caterium than we could use in weeks. And that's all from just a single factory. Because the only two places where you can use Caterium is as an alternative for copper. So like, you know, the better versions of the copper things, or as automation. But there isn't really much automation to do, and copper, yeah, they're gonna take us weeks. Mega, do you make it possible to mine faster? I wish. That's kind of wild. That's the origin, isn't it, of explosives? They were made to help miners.
Oh yeah, like
Dynamite.
the Nobel Prize.
Yeah, Nobel. It is really... Okay, I don't mean to be that guy, but how did he not know? How did he not know? Like, he created dynamite and he was like, oh yeah, that's for mining. I'm certain people will use it for mining and nothing else. Nothing wrong could possibly go here.
But yeah, well, like, just imagine a site, because what you're doing is you're making nitroglycerin more stable, right? Which is easier to handle. So the beauty of dynamite is that it's not so volatile and it's not as prone to humidity changes, right? So it actually would be saving lives of miners if you're handling whatever they used before. So I could see a scientist be like, hey, I'm going to have people not blow off their hands, so I'll try to figure out how to make this more stable. And then it's like, crap, now it's used to kill people. So, but you're doing a bit there, and I'm just ruining.
no, it's fine.
But I apologize.
I do like it's a nice refresher every now and then when I'm doing a bit to remind people that it's a bit, because otherwise they're just gonna think I'm a horrible person.
yeah. When I know that you're doing a bit, but I'm like, you know.
Like I say, I don't know.
It's in my nature. I have to treat everything like it's not a bit.
It's fine. I would rather someone treat my bit as if it's not a bit, just in case, than, you know, have it go on and like people actually think I am awful, or even worse, think that I'm supporting something awful. So yeah, it's. But that's another trend which is really curious. Like, we humans have a habit of inventing things before their time, which I think is really wild. Okay, take...
Like cell phones?
Atomic power, I feel like. That is the best example of that.
Oh.
We basically created atomic power before modern day computers. Or rocketry. We landed on the moon in 1960s.
We created... Yeah. We actually launched a satellite into orbit before the technical date of the transistor.
Yeah.
Although versions of the transistor existed before that.
I mean, the functionality of transistor existed. It's just not a transistor as an item which we think of today as transistor. But it's really wild if you think about it. Like, oh yeah, the nuclear power plants and, you know, rockets. Yeah, we created them before we had... like modern day, obviously modern day computers is a very relative term, but I feel like everyone knows what I mean. I mean like computers I mean computers for which we don't need, we aren't constrained within their computational power. Because back in the day, that was a genuine problem where, for example, you had a limit on how big your program could be. It's not that distant of a future. I feel like 20 years ago, that still was a thing in certain cases. But when we launched rocket on the moon, that was a genuine problem in advanced science, which is wild. Yeah. We're launching a rocket, and we basically have a limit on how big the program for controlling it can be. It's incredible.
That's awesome.
I mean,
Yeah.
it is really awesome. So that's what I mean when I
Well,
say
yeah.
it.
Well, so the program could only be so big. So now our limitations aren't in storage, but they are in throughput of or processing power
Yeah, but the processing power
and
goes out.
efficiency.
But yeah, but at this point, I mean, that is still a technical limit. Like, technically, we're still limited by how large a program can be. It's just that right now, it's really difficult to meet those. Like, right now, rockets don't really need the computational power which we can't provide. They have enough computational power.
Yeah.
The only places where we don't have computational power are places in which we're no longer constrained by the size. So all the places where we need computational power and it's a genuine problem, we can use supercomputers for, and we can just build them as big as we want. So like right now, this isn't a problem.
I mean, we can do many physics simulations because I do know, in order to test theories of physics, the supercomputers trying to emulate like a mini universe to learn more about the nature of the universe. I think those are heavily limited, and AI now is allowing us to, predict the output as opposed to. Which would be
There's
interesting.
also one problem with simulations, which I think is like really funny, where we use simulations to learn new things. But
Yeah.
simulations only work if the models we use to create the simulations also work. Which means that if there is a genuine massive discovery to be made, it cannot be made in a simulation.
Well,
Simulation
you can actually make the discovery because the simulation doesn't account
if it
for the
doesn't
real
match
world.
the reality, then
You
yeah,
know
but
that-
it won't be made in
Yeah.
a simulation. Simulation will help, obviously, but simulations can't really tell us anything new, like from a scientific point of view. They can tell us if something theoretically can work according to our current models, but they cannot change a model by themselves, which I think is really just something that a lot of people misunderstand. Because I've gotten a lot of
Yeah.
comments on different quantum mechanical videos where precisely about or rather, not actually exactly on the quantum mechanical videos. A lot of comments whenever I'm talking about something which our current theories think is wrong. So, for example, I think one comment was about simulating black holes. So, a question basically of,
Okay.
oh, if we are having such a big trouble understanding black holes, why won't we just simulate them? Well, the answer is simple. Simulation will depend on our understanding of black holes. We can only simulate black holes based on our current model of physics. But what if our current model of physics is wrong? And black holes, like, they don't make much sense depending on which model you use. So that's, for example, why you can't resimulate black holes accurately. Or you can, we don't know. Actually, maybe you can, but it's useless information. If a clock is broken, then it telling us the right time twice a day is pointless.
Yeah. Where are you at?
I'm at oil. I'm building oil.
Oh, okay. I'm kind of stuck, but
Read this.
I can get there.
Wait, that's 8. 8, which means we need to divide it. 8 is... There we go, that's 4. Oh, I hate working with fluid so much in this game. It's awful. We have no power at oil, by the way. I don't know if it's intentional or if there's just like a misconnection.
Oh, there might be a misconnection there. Oops. Definitely might die. Whoops. Only have a couple hundred more meters to go.
Okay, buddy, I get you trying to kill me, but can you move out of the way? I can't do the pipe. Like, I'm less upset that this alien creature is trying to kill me and more that it's actually in the way. There we go. Okay, so
Kill me out of the way.
So now we have, I think, the refinery set up. Right, plastic takes 30 per minute and rubber takes also 30. Great, so we'll have 3 for rubber and 5 for plastic. Because plastic is more important than rubber. That's
Okay, I'm gonna try that. Sweet.
plastic, no, residual, no, just plastic. Just rubber.
Ah, it's a tree. Oh, you fell through trees. Ah. I'm on the ground.
The computing power of Apollo 11 moon landing was less powerful than the pocket calculator. That's precisely what I mean. It's wild. Well, technically, pocket calculator is all you need, but in practice, it's not really about what you need. It's more about what you want. In this case.
Yeah. There's a funny backup module for the lunar. They were thinking about adding on this escape capsule that was like a platform where you used your own body weight to change the center of gravity and steer it.
Oh wow!
Just in case the lunar lander, yeah.
I mean, it's a solution.
That sounds so horrible. Yeah. Okay, you'll die if you don't do this correctly. Now, just imagine going through that training. Literally knowing that you will be on the moon. No one is coming to help you because we shipped you there with a computer. Worse than a calculator.
I'm actually really curious how long it will take before we can get to, before we actually start exploiting the solar system. And also, another thing, before we move on to that topic, I would first like to acknowledge the fact that exploit is a negative word, which shouldn't. I use it in a positive way all the time. Exploit is a negative word. When you're exploiting something, that's bad, right? Because you're exploiting it. But I use it to mean use resources. So, in this case, it's very positive because what I mean by exploit the solar system is instead of exploiting the Earth, which has life, which we can kill, which is bad, we can exploit the solar system, which appears to not have life, which means, that's good, no death. So that's just a quick thing I wanted to mention that
it just means. Yeah, so it looks like it just means for one's own end.
Yeah, precisely. So exploit is negative when you're exploiting a human because you're using, someone else for your own benefit, which is bad because you're basically most of the time taking something from them to get yourself. But when you're exploiting something like a solar system, you're not really exploiting anyone. You're for your own benefit using someone which doesn't cost anyone anything. So that's just a quick thing I wanted to mention. That's why exploit the solar system is, for example, a positive thing. But what I want to say is that I'm really curious.
Exploit the gravity of Saturn for an assist.
Yeah.
A gravity assist.
So I'm really curious when we will start exploiting the solar system in a major way, because that would be a huge boost. Energy of the sun, the materials of the asteroid belt. There's just a lot of different rare materials on other planets, because depending on the planet, you may have a lot of a certain material, which for the planet is common, for us is rare. The point I'm trying to make, I'm really curious when will we start exploiting a solar system in a serious way. Because right now, it really seems like we're not even trying.
SpaceX is leading the way there.
SpaceX is leading the way, but there's one thing I don't like about SpaceX, and that's the fact that isn't SpaceX mission is going straight to Mars? I feel like...
I don't know because they want to go to Mars, but if you're able to go to Mars, you're going to be going anywhere else.
Yeah, but no, my problem is actually the exact opposite way. It's not that it's not grand enough of a goal, it's that it's too grand. Because I feel like we should try the moon first. Going to Mars without actually seriously occupying the moon seems like a huge jump, an unnecessarily dangerous one.
Well, I doubt we'll go straight to Mars. We probably will go to the moon.
Yeah,
because I think that's why the Starship Heavy, they're going to refill in orbit, because no matter how you slice it, you still have to have Starship Heavy to be, of course, the bottom, detaches, and the top has to be refilled with other starships, and then those have to come down. And with a fully fueled one, I think it would take so many to go to Mars and so many to go to the moon, but the process is the same.
I know, but it's just, for me, it's just wild that we live in an age where it's going to the moon is no longer this leap for mankind like it was in 1960s, right? It's no longer this something which is
perilous journey.
one century event. for right now, going to the moon is, well, it's cool, right? It's something that won't happen often, but it's not exactly something we need new science or new engineering to do. It's something that can be done. Relatively...
We need a purpose.
That's the thing.
A reason.
The only thing we're missing is the purpose. And I mean, there are a lot of... It's just... That's precisely what's so curious about this for me, is that going to the moon is definitely the first step in exploiting the solar system. There is nothing that would be a smaller, actual, genuine step. That's because you can put things into orbit, but putting things into orbit is actually without... Well, first of all, arguably, it's still staying on Earth. And second of all, there isn't much of a permanent meaning to it, which means people that would live in orbit wouldn't have really much of a different life than those who live on Earth from like a functional perspective. There aren't all that many things you can do in orbit which you can't do in Earth. Technically 0G, but in practice in orbit you still have gravity, which means you can very much achieve 0G on Earth. It's just more expensive version of living on Earth. On the moon it's different, however, because it's a different place. For example, due to radiation, I think deuterium can be mined on the moon. Deuterium or tritium, which is basically fuel for fusion, which means going to the moon means a lot more energy, for example. So there are reasons. Obviously, right now they're not good enough. Like the costs are too great, and the return is so too small. I'm not going to complain about it because I mean, I would say that's completely reasonable. Why companies don't want to, waste their money going to the moon for energy if they're not going to get fair return. Because criticizing companies for not doing that is kind of hypocritical. Like for the same reason, I don't want to go to the moon. I'm not going to spend, if I had millions of dollars, I'm not going to spend them on going to the moon just to then lose millions of dollars and in the end achieve nothing because the energy from the moon would still be too expensive, no one would use it. So I'm not gonna sit here and blame companies for it because they're completely reasonable. It's just really funny that right now going to the moon is this completely achievable goal. There are a lot of reasons for why we would want to go to the moon in the end, but none of them are good enough for us to actually do it. And it's next step.
I know just in keeping with the spirit of things, the reason why we invent things outside of their time, it's aliens. It's satisfactory, right? I had to throw that out there. I was thinking it when you said it, but that was like half an hour ago. There we go. We've come full circle.
Alright, hold on. How do I connect this? I don't like walking with liquids in this game. Okay. Logistics.
We have power.
Oh, do we? Oh, that means it's probably already cooking. That's good.
Yes, we have power.
Alright then. Pipeline. 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 Pipeline.
This is nice, Make It. Thanks for letting me join you.
I mean, I'm having fun. Thank you. Okay, petroleum coke. And now if I'm not mistaken using
Artemis 3.
We can...
It's the moon mission, right? Artemis 3?
It sounds like a moon mission.
Artemis 3 be one of the most complex undertakings of human engineering. Adding new capabilities with the human landing system.
Would you happen to have any concrete rods? I kind of need them.
Concrete rods?
NASA wants to go to moon again in 2026. I would say it's about time. Isn't NASA like a government organization too? Like at least government supported one?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not gonna
You need enhanced industrial beams?
No, just concrete and just rods. I need to make power poles, and I don't have the. And I have the quick wire, but I don't have. Thank you so much.
I don't have that many rods.
Yeah, it's fine. It's gonna be good enough. Yeah, I'm not gonna give SpaceX any crap for not going to the moon because, as I mentioned, they're a corporation. Their goal is to make Like, their main goal is to make money, that's reasonable. But NASA, however, is a government organization.
Yeah.
And they are not made to make money. They are not made for profit. They are made to make things which aren't profitable, but are good for society. So it's about time that freaking 60 years later, they finally decide to go back to the moon. Took them long enough. Wait, there was like a law of which states how quickly our computational power increases. Like every...
Yeah, it's called the Moore's Law?
Yes.
No, that's... Isn't it Moore's Law that is... It doubles every... Was it 10 years? 3 years?
Yeah, I don't remember exactly how long it was.
Moore's Law. Roughly doubles every 2 years. An integrated circuit... Oh, yeah. The number of transistors in an integrated circuit roughly doubles every 2 years.
All right, well, two things.
With
First
minimal
all,
cost increase.
Can I have some plate? Can I have some plates?
You just need every... No,
I just need iron.
What?
I have... No, I mean plates. But I have steel beams, I have steel pipes, I have modular frames, I have rotors, I have quick wire, I have all these advanced materials, but none of the basic ones. Thank you. Yeah, that's the first thing, and now the second thing is that if it doubles every 2 years... Wait, was it 2? That's really short, wow. Okay, it just hit me how short that is. Correct me if I'm wrong, but if it doubles every 2 years, that means if you take amount of time, divide it by 2, then 2 to that power is the increase, the times increase of transistors in the circuit. Which means that...
Yeah, in the same volume, in the same area.
Yeah, that's the key part. Because we're not just building more...
And they thought they found... There was like many articles throughout my life, but one of them was like, oh, the maximum you can get is 1 terabyte per centimeter squared. Right? And now we have different techniques. We have even smaller transistors.
Yeah, that's why I don't like theoretical
vertically,
limits in science, actually. That's precisely why I don't like theoretical limits in science. Because theoretical limits, it's like, oh yeah, you could never achieve that, and then you just wait 2 years and then someone achieves that, you know. But, so if we take 60 years, if we divide it by 2, that gives us 30, which means 2 to the 30th power. That's the multiplier increase of how much better, basically, our computers are right now than last time NASA went to the moon.
Yeah.
Took them long enough, I would say. But to be fair, I'm also sitting here, you know, complaining that they didn't go to the moon. At the same time, I've never been to the moon, so we know. I should just... Who am I to judge?
Me either. Yeah.
Yeah.
Non-moon traveler.
Yeah, who are we to complain? NASA's been to the moon once. How many times have we been to the moon? Okay, there we go.
Oh, hey, the bet's still on. Hey, you never know. I might still win the bet this year.
Oh yeah, that is true. That is true. Yeah, you have half a year left.
I'm pretty sure it's gonna happen.
Oh, and you know what's funny? We're in the exact same place as we were when we created the bet. We were walking on oil back then too. Except it took us a lot more time to actually make oil.
I don't doubt it. I haven't really done anything. I'm just watching and then talking and enjoying the game.
It's actually kind of the charm of Satisfactory, isn't it? The fact that you just set things up and then even if you're wasting time, you're not wasting time. Because of that, you can just chat without worrying or anything. Oh my goodness, trains! Never mind! I take it back! Take it back, we're wasting time. There are trains to be made. What bet? Oh, we have a bet with Tefta. Basically, Tefta believes that there are aliens that land on Earth, and I believe that that's not the case. And since... and because basically we have a bet where... Oh, did you say... I always forget. Did you say government or president?
President. The president of the United States will announce that aliens exist before the end of the year. Yes. Non-human intelligence.
Yes.
Yes.
And that's basically the bet. If Tefta...
Well, government Because if it's just the government, I would have already won.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Because the United States government has already
Wait,
said
but did they say that
in very weird
aliens
ways.
are real, or did they say that like they reclassify what alien mean?
So Carl Nell came out and said that non-human intelligence are real and have interacted with humans for a long time, and government officials that are not elected know about it in the SALT conference. And so also the United States has declared that UFOs are real. We don't know what they are, and they're not ours or adversary technology. A lot of people don't know that last bit, but there's actually a study done by government officials that did a research like what other adversaries can do within the next 25 years, and these technologies exhibited things that were not that.
I just one quote which I really liked from Elliot from I just remembered the quote from Elliot from our own server, where basically Elliot said, I believe that aliens don't exist specifically because the government said they are real. Which I think
and that's what
said the quote.
You got to be worried about, because there is a strategist, I can't remember who it was, but they said be wary of that. But I mean, it logically just makes sense, right? Because the Fermi paradox is a paradox because we should be seeing other intelligent life forms everywhere we look on Earth, even the most inhospitable places. There's just an article about some crazy metallic oxygen or something in the bottom of the ocean. Life is everywhere, even in the crazy bits on Earth.
I mean, the reason why Fermi paradox is a paradox is because there are two possible solutions. Either we found either aliens exist, but we just haven't seen them. I know that the possibility the government is hiding them, but I'm just chalking it up into the same saga, basically.
It hasn't got into the public.
Yeah, it hasn't got into the public. Or the other resolution to paradox, which means aliens don't exist. And the whole reason why Fermi paradox is a paradox is because both of these are extremely improbable. So both A and B are extremely unlikely, and that's why it's a paradox, because, well, it doesn't make sense.
Well, no, they're not both unlikely. It's highly likely that extraterrestrials exist.
Well,
right? It's just ontological nature and hubris. No. But it's the hubris nature. Like, it only makes sense that given the amount of time, that's why it's a paradox. It's not both of them are unlikely. It's that one of them is unlikely, and we don't have evidence for the likely scenario. Thus, it's paradoxical nature.
Yeah, that's what I meant. You know, it's like we don't have evidence, so basically, because evidence is like probabilistic, right? So basically, if you have evidence, doesn't mean something is 100% true. That means you just increase the probability of being true. Which means what we're basically saying is that for aliens to, so if we have with the evidence we have right now, it would be extremely unlikely. That's what I mean. So it's extremely likely only.
Yeah, but that's hard because I don't know. I don't think you can make that case, because what evidence do we have now? And let's do an analog with electricity, right? There is probably some shaman back in the day that saw rocks spark when you hit them. That wasn't just flame. Maybe they thought it was, or lightning, right? And electricity still existed back then. Our understanding of it wasn't that much. So if you were to say back then, does electricity exist, like this magical force, people would probably say no. What evidence do we have for it? You'd say lightning. Lightning, that's not, like, you know, I'm trying to think of an analog, but we know lightning exists, right? So it's probably a bad
but it's
analogy.
a double-edged sword in this case. You're arguing it, because imagine if I went back in time and imagine if I made the exact same argument, except not about lightning and not about electricity, only about ether. Like,
okay,
I would ask
ether,
them, does ether exist? Well, once again, we don't have any evidence. So the fact that we don't have evidence obviously isn't, you know, proving anything, but it isn't disproving anything either. So it's a double-edged sword. Not having evidence it may be caused by the fact that we don't have advanced enough technology, but it might just well be the fact that something doesn't exist. That's precisely why evidence deals in probabilities, not in absolutes, and why science deals in probabilities and not in absolutes. So basically, we are not really asking a question of, based on the evidence we have, is something real or not? Only we're asking a question of, based on the evidence we have, would that evidence seem to suggest, which takes into account the fact that maybe our evidence means something different than we think it means, that maybe our evidence is faulty, maybe our evidence is just coincidence, something which you cannot account for in science, maybe our evidence is completely fake or fabricated. All of these things go into that, and because of that we're just dealing with probability. Which means that, which actually leads to a pretty funny thing, where basically, if every person on the planet would just come out and say aliens aren't real, that still wouldn't perfectly disprove existence of aliens, because it is then evidence
not
would
scientifically.
Suggest, yeah, precisely. There's no such thing as perfect proof, which means if every person on the planet comes out and says aliens don't exist, it could be possible.
Well, there's not a perfect proof for the non-existence of something.
Just
right?
like there isn't a perfect proof
Like-
for existence. There is no perfect proof for both.
Yeah. But, so then it's your framework of truth.
That's why
this is an
precisely we did a
ontological
bet.
question.
Yeah, and that's why we
Which
did
is-
a bet over when
because-
the president says, not over if they
Yeah.
are real, because there is no way
Yeah.
to answer the question of if they are real especially if there's a bet involved. Like, if there was a question of are
Yeah,
they real,
yeah.
that basically, you know, the two people
Yeah,
could
that would be
for the
stupid.
sake of
No,
not
no.
losing money.
Well, because you'd just be arguing.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
pointless.
yeah. That would be bad.
So that's it. That's the lesson.
But
kids.
even
if you're making a bet, always
Yeah.
be sure to define the.
But
exactly.
my internal bet, like what I would say is, not only are extraterrestrials real, not only have they interacted with us, we'll find out about it in the coming decade, and it will just be a part of the general knowledge in 10 years' time.
Actually, I mean, that would be pretty
So,
amazing.
That's what I truly believe. Well, yeah,
It-
and it depends on some
Because here's
legislature, according to my
Here's the thing. There is another way. There's a sharpening of a Fermi's paradox, which basically solves the paradox based on aliens being grubby. I think that was the word exactly. Which basically means that, you know, aliens just have such advanced technology and utilize so many resources because of how, you know, life in order to evolve needs to exploit its environment, that the reason why we haven't seen aliens is because if we have, then we wouldn't exist. So basically, probability solution to the Fermi's paradox. And hold on, why did I start this thought? I was saying something. Oh yeah, the reason, and so if aliens exist and we have seen them, that would be really hopeful, because then that would mean that these aliens, basically, if aliens exist, and if we've seen them, that means aliens exist and they didn't destroy us. Which is, I would say, pretty good. Because an alternative is either aliens don't exist, or aliens do exist and we haven't seen them, in which case it is quite likely for us to destroy us.
Well, and if you think about it, and there's probably, you know, more people that put thought into this, but if someone has the capability of coming here, one, they should have some type of advanced technology, you might think, and number two, they haven't wiped themselves out. So they would probably be, maybe there's a threshold, like if you're so violent, you won't. Maybe violence actually makes them better at space travel. Who knows? But it's just
that's actually another argument for why we should basically redefine what we think as, like, to what things we think as moral or not. Because if you have an advanced enough civilization, for example, then humans aren't really these, you know, sophisticated, intelligent beings. Humans are basically like ants. If you're advanced enough, you would think of humans as ants, just like we think of ants. Because the technological difference is just so severe, which just brings now the argument that we should, like, think more about how we treat our environment. Because, you know, if aliens were to think of us as ants, then what would stop them from, like, exploiting our sun for energy? Like, yeah, billions of humans would die, but would you know, billions of ants dying ever stop humans from getting more energy? Well, not really. And that's
I just
the reason
realized
for why.
I'm a geek in other people's eyes.
Yeah.
I'm a geek in this nature because I'm studied up on the potential alien life forms, right? And so to some, even to myself, I know that the majority, if not some of them, have to be fake. I think most of them are fake, but yeah, which is kind of interesting because there are lots of theories floating around, you know, in the group of people that believe, you know, like 75% or more that extraterrestrials have visited Earth.
Yeah, I just don't really like how unscientific huge amount that group is. That's kind of what I'm scared of mostly, because there is a lot of people who, well, that's the thing.
Every group,
believe that aliens are real. It's the problem is in this case that for a lot of people this belief is a true belief, and the thing is, Krish recently basically did that. That's you know how I always say that how you shouldn't mix religion with science. Krish on the Discord server recently mixed religion with science and learned firsthand why you shouldn't do that. Because Krish basically created the theory of existence. Theory which was... The reason why Krish created that theory is because he wanted to create a scientific theory based on his beliefs. And the problem is, Elliot read that theory and absolutely demolished it. So did like a, scientific analysis of the theory. And the problem is that that theory really didn't make much sense, and that's not really too much to argue. Like, for example, I don't know if that was exactly in that theory or in a parallel one, but Krish basically assumed the universe to be, I think, 1,000 times older than it actually is, because if it wasn't, it wouldn't fit the theory. And, it's fine, to say, okay, if our universe is 1,000 times older, then this would be the case. It's fine to say that. But if we have evidence of how old our universe is, then assuming against the evidence is not a great way to do science. Like, it's fine to think that the universe is 1,000 times older than it actually is, and then, do some experiments to check the age of our universe. But if you then do these experiments, see that it's not the case, and assume that experiments are wrong, you're not exactly doing science. You do experiments precisely to check
this. I like this because this is one of my thoughts that I've always had. Like, some people say, carbon dating or whatever, but how accurate is dating, by the way? Which I find it interesting, just little thought rabbit hole, right? So in my mind, our dating ability matches the recorded amount of time we've been dating things and correct, right? So if we have written history, and we know, this person had this person, let's say a family tree, and it's 2,000 years, like, great. We dated this object to 2,000 years because we have multiple modes of actually pinpointing it in time and when it was created. So then if you date something that's 4,000 years old, and let's say the maximum that you've done is 2,000, wouldn't you be like, I don't know, your margin of error would be great? So I think it's interesting when we talk about millions of years, when we haven't been around or had a recorded science for a million years.
I don't know.
I find that, and there's probably good, huh?
I don't know enough about dating. But there's probably like a technical explanation to it.
But just you don't have to. But yeah, there's technical. But to think about it logically, just from we don't know, it's not our discipline, but. If you were to think about it, if I've been around, if I can say, hey, I have multiple modes that I can date this for 1,000 years, and anything greater than that, there is some degree of uncertainty, right? That we can say. So anything that's beyond the period in which we've been measuring.
I'm understanding this. What you're basically saying is that let's imagine we have a dating method which we know can date up to 2,000 years. What makes us think that this method would be just as accurate when measuring for 4,000 years or 8,000 years? What makes us think that there isn't...
And how confident and how do we assign? Because scientific notation is very cool. Like the last digit is usually, an unknown. It isn't precisely measured. The one before it is. It has been measured. So scientific notation is scientific for a reason. I think that's beautiful. So how do we apply scientific notation to the dating of objects? How do we apply the uncertainty to it?
I think I have an answer for you. So basically, we have in physics different models. And the thing is, we bind these models through our methods, which means that it is possible, for example, for when we're dating the universe, it is possible for the date to be off, like in a major way off, obviously, I mean. But because it's tied to a theory, it basically means that this isn't just like, it's not in a vacuum. Because this dating method is tied to a theory, it would basically mean that if dating is incorrect, the underlying theory also has to be incorrect. So now you're basically saying that it's possible that, you know, this dating method gets less and less accurate as you go on, but, and we don't have definitive proof that it doesn't. However, if it's getting less and less accurate as it goes on, that means our underlying theory is also incorrect. And how probable would it be for, you know, advanced relativistic quantum mechanics to be incorrect? It is possible. It is, I would even say, likely, considering how often we, you know, switch up theories. It's just that it's not something that is exactly trivial to assume. Which means that, yeah, it is, in this case, it is possible. However, if we realistically try to account for that possibility, then we will not get any useful information out of it. Which means that if we realistically account for the fact that theories could be wrong, then there really isn't a point to doing science. Because, well, no matter what model you use, you could be...
It requires faith.
Yes.
Believe it or not, science requires faith.
Yeah, that's why I always call myself a science
and so
cultist.
a lot of people...
There's an even
but the thing is logically, when you think about it, is that 1,000 years ago, we see them as stupid. In 1,000 years, they will see us as stupid as well. Hopefully, we'll have made advances because we've continued down the science journey, right? Mm-hmm. You know, no post-apocalyptic. So we know that in 1,000 years, there's going to be things that we think are stupid. Just like in the 1950s, they were actually irradiating water, radioactive water in the house for energy. Like that was a product that was sold on the shelf.
Dangerous things.
And that was only 50 years ago. And that's kind of to your point, we invent things, you know, before their time. But we are the same way. So what interests me is trying to figure out where I'm stupid and where humanity is stupid.
Yeah, but okay.
And that's kind of like my hacker mentality. And one of the things is like, I agree that dating is pretty accurate, but I heard one theory that the expansion of our universe could be explained by the fact that our area in the universe is just slightly more dense, like a slight nebula. A professor said this lecture. I was like the beginning of YouTube. It probably wasn't even on YouTube when I watched the video. I don't know where I watched it. And I was just blown away because the redshift would happen because of the increased density of the space that we're occupying. And the further away something is, the more density is in between us and that object. And it could technically account for redshift.
Yeah, but that's precisely
that
why...
just blew my mind.
That's precisely why in science we always deal in probabilities. We always have to deal in probabilities. You can't just say that something is outright wrong or outright right. The problem, however, with mixing religion and science, that's what I started because I really want to finish because it's a great example of precisely what I'm talking about, is that Eliot analyzed Chris's theory scientifically. What basically means is that Eliot basically pinpointed every single argument which was completely, like, so unreasonable, it was completely improbable. So basically every single argument which would seem to state that all of the science we have done so far is just wrong. Like, once again, it's possible, but consider the likelihood.
Yes.
And basically, and that's not the problem by itself, the fact that, you know, a theory got disproven. Because that happens all the time in science. That's completely scientific. The problem with mixing religion and science was Krish's reaction. Because Krish formed this theory not because of evidence he found, only because of his belief that, as he himself stated, I think it was that we are significant in the universe. Or that consciousness is significant. And because of that, Krish just got really, really sad and upset. Which makes sense. It was something he truly believed in. And that's exactly the problem of, you know, merging science with religion. Because in this case, there are only two possibilities. Either Krish gets really upset because something he truly believed in and something that gave him hope in life just got demolished, or Eliot, the person analyzing the theory, has to be unscientific. You can't merge them together. You can't create a scenario in which both Eliot would be scientific and Krish wouldn't be upset. And both are in the right. There isn't really anyone who is in the wrong. From a scientific perspective, Eliot was completely in the right to demolish the theory. From a religious perspective, Krish was completely in the right to believe in it. It's that when you merge them together, you're forcing them to be on the opposite sides where, you know, it's a zero-sum game. No one will end up happy. And that's my problem with merging...
I like the saying, knowledge ends where faith begins. right? And so like you said, in science, in order to get anywhere new, we have to have faith. We have to go out on a ledge
There's
and
always
try,
the underlying assumption
try a
which
new
cannot be
experiment.
proven. That's always a thing. My
Yeah.
favorite example of that is the fact that you cannot prove the scientific theory works without without using the scientific theory. You just can't. You know, scientific theory is basically like the basis. It's basically like, you know,
It's
reason forming your
Coherent truth.
Yeah. So basically, well, I wouldn't say truth is exactly the best word to describe it. It's more like what's likely right. And that's basically scientific theory. But you can't prove that it works because how would you prove it? Would you use scientific theory to prove it? Well, if you use
Yeah.
if it
Well-
works,
well, I
then
love-
yeah, you'll get a positive. If it doesn't work,
I think I brought this up.
Positive.
I think I brought this up before, but what if, like, this is a hypothetical world that could exist, that we can't prove that's not, and it might even explain the world we're living in. It's a little bit of a stretch. But what if things are only true because we believe them? And consciousness and how the belief of people, the average, actually creates reality that way.
If I
You know,
may
I brought this up
geek for a
before,
second, then
but
that's
it could
actually
be
plot of Warhammer
that
40K.
both of them are correct.
If I may
Say what?
If I may geek for a second, that's actually plot of Warhammer 40k. The only fantasy
Is it?
element in it is that you have this sort of realm which is like the magic of Warhammer 40k, and the main way this magic works is that the more people or the more beings believe in something, the more real it gets. But that's like a quick, you know, side thing I wanted to mention.
Yeah.
But yeah, it is said.
But it's funny because that could exist, or that could be the way that reality is, because it's
You know-
one of the theories. It's kind of like
You know what's really
relativism.
paradoxical about it, though? Like, what's really unreasonably paradoxical? So let's imagine that we right now live in a world in which things become real if people believe they are real. Most of the people on the planet
Yeah, in
believe
some
that's
kind
not
of like
the case.
average.
Most people on the planet believe that's not the case.
Yeah.
Which means then the world would right back collapse into the one we think we live in right now. That's I know it doesn't invalidate your
mean-
points. I just wanted to point out the, you know, how the curious effect of that, what the curious
Well-
effect of that would be.
How would you measure that? Because if, let's say, you could get everyone to agree that, you know,
I don't know what the underlying mechanics would be even of that effect. I'm not nowhere near answering how that
Yeah.
matters.
no, I don't even want to.
But yeah, people think of
But
science
the
as
simulation
like,
thing is interesting because we did talk about simulation and how computational power is getting better. At what point can we simulate an entire universe to try to figure out the laws? And don't you think it's highly probable that we will? And that's one of the proofs, not only for God, but also for a simulation. Because if we live in a simulation, then God exists. And that is whatever scientists flip the switch.
yes. Actually, I'm pretty certain that okay, that's
So
a bit of a generalization because I'm pretty certain there are, you know, like some religions which would consider it pretty offensive to define God as this, as not omnipotent, omniscient, insert suffix there.
But they would
Only-
be, because the computer scientists probably would be. They could, maybe they are more limited. Yeah, that's a good argument though.
Yeah, I mean,
But if technology is advanced,
there was something.
but that's a crazy proof because it's kind of like the Fermi paradox. But instead, if we are becoming more complex and we're developing technology and it's getting more advanced, then it's highly probable that we aren't the first civilization to create technology, but rather somewhere in the chain. We might be a simulation of a simulation of a simulation.
But that's another thing. Oh, one thought which is absolutely, this is in my opinion, the coolest thing. Okay, the coolest. I mean the highest, and I feel like if I explain it correctly, you will think so too. Because so far we're dealing with probability, right? Well, let's talk about something
Yes.
different. Creation of the universe. We basically universe at some point was created. Big Bang, what we call it, right? What was before the
Yeah.
universe? What happened then? What created the universe? Well, we don't know
Nothing.
that, right? It could be nothing, but if nothing, then why did something suddenly appear out of nothing? So something must have triggered
that's one of the
the
proofs for
creation
God,
of
too.
universe, right? Okay, proofs for God, that's fine. But then why do God exist? What created God?
Yeah, because it's the unchanging, changing force. The philosophical proof for God is that kind of like causality, but there needs to be something to start it. So there
Yeah,
needs
that's
to be
precisely.
a
But then,
an unchanging change force. That's the proof. It's very
and
interesting.
yeah,
I don't
but then
understand it,
what
but I
created
can
God?
regurgitate it.
It just moves, it just moves one step back, and then you realize that once you have, what created the universe? Okay, God, what created God? You just keep going. No matter how many links that chain you add, you will need a last chain, unless possibility number two, universe never started. Universe just always existed, which is
Yeah, kind of like
physically
the snake
confusing.
eating its tail.
Yeah, Ouroboros. It's basically physically not the most obvious one, mathematically pretty obvious. So universe always existed. Okay, that's fine, but then the question comes, if universe always existed, why is it like this? Why isn't it any other way?
Yeah.
If it always existed. And now it's time for the truly mind-blowing piece, which always blows me away. It's the fact that universe either always existed, but then why does it exist the way it does? Second of all, something must have created it if it didn't always exist, but then what created that other thing? Which basically means it's an forever chain. And third piece of information, which is, we're not talking about like theoretical or fantasy or science fiction. This is real life. This
Real
is the
life.
real universe.
Life, yeah.
And that always, that
Yeah.
final realization always blows me away. We have this thing in which we all live, in which all of existence exists, and the fact that we don't know what created it is nothing, because we don't know many things. The fact that there doesn't seem to be a single reasonable explanation
Yeah.
for why things exist. Once again, not science fiction, not
Yeah.
fantasy, real existence.
Real life.
It's, in my
Yeah.
opinion, the coolest thing I've ever even thought about.
Yeah.
I can't imagine anything cooler. It's insane. The fact that it's real life. It always blows me
Yeah.
away. It's wild.
It is. Yeah. I mean, that's why I'm so interested in what is the nature of reality, which is why I like science. I spend the majority of my time researching stupid science stuff. And I don't consider myself a scientist, but I do my own experiments just because for entertainment. Like when I measured the speed of light, I just wanted to measure something
sure it's still
that
there.
is talked about a lot. Yeah, well, it's just because I
mean,
wanted to at
technically-
least say I could.
Also technically, that you were checking if it's still constant. Like if it,
Yeah.
that's still some additional useful info, right?
Oh, I started building an advanced propulsion unit too.
Wait, hold on. Advanced propulsion. When you say advanced propulsion unit, I just think of rocket, and what do you mean
Yeah,
exactly?
no, it's electrogravitics. You're gonna make fun of it, but I'm still doing it regardless.
Wait,
There's a
electrogravitics?
company. This is really, yeah, electrogravitics. So what's very interesting is there's this guy named Townsend Brown, T. Townsend Brown, and he came out with these. I think there's some patents or stuff. Anyways, it has to do with asymmetric capacitors. So what he says is that if you have two plates, one of them positive, one of them negative charged, and you can get them to about 50 or 100,000 volts without arcing, the electrostatics of the system produces a thrust in the
That's
direction
insane.
of the larger plate.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's-
it's really cool, right? And so there's an actual article by the debrief that came out that actually the lead scientist from NASA who worked on electrostatics for the Mars rover, the reason why they use electrostatics is to try to get rid of the dust. Long story short, they have a for-profit company and released that one of the versions that you can try at home and that they have tested to actually produce thrust enough to lift a butterfly wing. It's very small, but nonetheless it exists and it's being tested right now.
That's insane.
And you have the components in your house
amazing.
to test it.
Because what that basically
It is.
means is that it's basically thrust in which you can do with only electricity.
Yeah, well, it gets even weirder, and this is where people sometimes tune out. That as long as the electrostatic field isn't dissipated, like you don't, discharge it, it continues to produce a thrust.
I mean,
Yeah.
Okay, the main
that-
reason for why I'm
yeah.
blown away so far, let's tackle this one at a time, is that what this would basically mean is that so far, every single other unit of propulsion we have, on every single other method of propulsion we have, basically means you have an object and you're pushing it off something. That's how every single one of them works.
Yes.
So, for example, when you're rowing a boat, then you're basically pushing the boat off the water. When you have a rocket, then you're basically pushing it off the fuel. When you have a plane, you're pushing it off the air. What this would mean is that it would be propulsion without the need of pushing it off something, which is incredible because what it basically means is that you could have a spacecraft which can fly in space without actively losing matter. With just energy.
And just using like nuclear batteries. What's crazy is that, so for every 1,000 volts in air, electricity can arc about a centimeter, right? So if you're at 100,000 volts, we can calculate that. That's 100 centimeters that you have to have the nodes apart. Well, the demonstration is less, but they do it in a vacuum. Not only is it good to do it in a vacuum because there's no ion thrust, and that's how they prove that it actually worked, and they produced enough to lift a butterfly wing, which happened to be the weight of the device. But yeah, they literally have to do it in a vacuum because it would discharge. So that's the difficulty of trying to replicate it at home, is you have to get an insanely
this is basically
good vacuum.
This is basically my dream. This is basically my dream spacecraft. You know how I always say how I want to be a captain of a spacecraft, right? How I want to be Captain Make It. This dream of mine. This is basically a way to achieve that because
it's come up a couple times.
Yeah, a couple like 10 or 20, 100. This is basically a way to achieve that, that's incredible.
Yeah.
Why did you say I was gonna laugh? That's outstanding.
Oh, yeah, but it was covered by the debrief. But a lot of people are like, what? That can't be real. But I'm like, no. I mean, they started releasing videos and they showed their prototypes. And literally the lead person, probably the most knowledgeable in electrostatics. But this was patented by T. Townsend Brown. The reason why you don't like it is because all this stuff supposedly is, government knew about this for a long time. That patent by T. Townsend Brown has been around since 1930s, 1940s.
That's such a government moment.
And it's funny, the only reason I connected the dots is because they use the term asymmetric capacitor, which is what Townsend Brown was talking about. So if this is real, then it also means that, most likely aliens exist.
Yeah,
Not that they learned this from aliens, but rather,
That is a big government moment, though. The fact that, there's this like incredible piece of technology which basically allow us to travel in space like in a much better way than we do it right now. Because right now, the rockets are great, but they're only great for getting off the planet. In space, actually, you don't care. Rockets are great because they give you a lot of force, like crazy amounts of force, which makes sense because you want to escape, planets, you want to escape an orbit. But in space, you don't really care about a lot of force. What you actually care about is about using energy efficiently. Because why would you need a lot of force? You just push yourself once and then there's nothing to stop you. Like, once you stop applying force, the acceleration isn't going up, but the velocity and acceleration goes down, but the velocity stays constant. So, in order to travel in space, you more care about conserving energy, for which we don't, as far from what I know at least, we don't really have a great solution for that because, rocket fuel is really expensive. And this would basically mean that we would have a way to do it using only electricity, which so far is the most efficient way of utilizing energy we have found, except maybe for light, which is just great.
And but what's really cool is you can test it out. Now, I have to run the numbers, but I'm right now trying to produce 50,000 volts in DC. So that's my first mission.
I mean,
I've already built the asymmetric capacitor. It's super easy to make the capacitor.
Correct me if I'm wrong. It's not a small number, is it?
50,000? No. Yeah. Well, I mean,
in DC.
if you Yeah. Electric lighters, anything that arcs, you can calculate how much voltage it has to be by that, equation. It's about 1,000 volts per
Actually,
centimeter.
there's some research.
So any
on
arc that you
because
see,
I'm not exactly certain. Isn't it the case that like all of the lighters and everything else just produces lightning in a different way, produces the spark in a different way? Because I feel like if I'm doing it correctly,
for example, a normal
in order,
candle lighter uses the piezoelectric effect, right? And so that's when you smack something, it creates electricity,
Yes.
piezoelectric. So what it's actually doing is it's electric spark that's generated by smacking the hammer and the little clicky trigger thing that produces enough voltage to arc across two nodes. So it's electricity. Those electric lighters.
no,
both
I mean something
you know-
different. I mean like normally was it 100 volts per 1 centimeter, or was it 1,000 volts per 1 centimeter?
1,000 volts per 1 centimeter.
Yeah, so basically 1 kilovolt per centimeter. That's to ionize the air, if I'm not mistaken. But isn't there a way?
Yeah.
Isn't there a different way to achieve that kind of ionization that lighters use? I just think so because I remember for the
No,
fire
like tasers.
hammer,
Tasers, literally.
tasers. Okay, that's fair. Tasers do use high voltage.
Yeah, but no, I actually bought electric lighters. That's how I created my first prototype.
Next make it should be Captain
Yeah.
Make It. Next real life make it should be Captain Make It happy. I'm not letting go. I'm gonna be
So
Captain Make It. Carry on, sorry.
It says 30,000 volts. So it's 30,000 volts for a centimeter. It might be 1,000 per millimeter.
I remember it was crazy lot when I was trying to do Firehammer. Gave up.
It's 1,000 volts per millimeter. I'm sorry. So a 10 centimeter gap would be roughly 10,000 volts.
Makes sense.
But that's what you have in those lighters is about 10,000 volts.
I sacrifice the
But just
answer.
think about that. With AI, I think the advancements we'll see is in stuff like this. People actually, multidisciplinary people, generalists such as yourself, will be able to use this AI to help them create inventions. That's where I see the biggest benefit from AI, not having some chatbot try to manage your email.
I mean,
Sure, that might
yes,
be cool.
having a
That might
chatbot
be
manage
some
your
pony
email
trick
is a very
and get you
human-
millions.
It's a very, very human way to approach technology, isn't it? That's also another
Yeah,
thing, like
but I
how
think-
I mentioned how we always invent things too early. Another thing we do is we always like misuse inventions. So we use them in a way which is so like basic in comparison to what they could do. Best example is clickbait content when it comes to AIs on YouTube. That's a great example. Or for example, when we discovered radiation and we decided to drink it. That's also a great one. When
it's
we
amazing.
discovered basically better ways to make explosives, right? So that's pretty cool, and we decided to use it to kill each other. That was also one of the highlights. But I'm hopeful. I'm really hopeful. I'm hopeful.
Well, if we have flying cars, that's going to be awesome.
I don't know. I'm not sold on the idea of flying cars. I feel like the reason why people like flying cars, I feel like liking flying cars is
Skateboard.
just... No, I feel like liking flying cars is just liking space travel without realizing it. Every single thing that people love about flying cars is actually just space travel, except on Earth. That's why I would love for us to finally just exploit the solar system, because then space travel would become normalized. Okay, think about the benefits of flying cars. Like, think about them. What? And I don't mean just like purely efficient, pragmatic benefits. I also mean fun. Why do people want flying cars?
I think because we won't have a 2D transportation system. We already have a 3D transportation system, but not quite.
So
a
free from
lot
transportation
of
system,
areas
for
of
example.
congestion would be freedom.
But in this case, on Earth, most places you want to go, you actually do end up wanting to go over there in 2D. On Earth, if you have some place, you specify its coordinates in 2 dimensions. when it comes to your destination, when it comes to your starting point too. So yeah, flying cars would help when it comes to, you know, traversing the distance. If you have, for example, two people wanting to go from the same place to the other same place at the same time, they could be on different on a different height, and they could do this journey more efficiently. That's true, but then you have to realize you have to manage it. In 2 dimensions, not that difficult, because when cars, you know, one car is in front, the other one is behind, and we have laws which tell us how we should utilize roads and highways, which state exactly for this dimension. But for 3 dimensions, it's a lot more tricky. I mean, there is a reason for why, you know, there's tower control next to each airport, right? So there is a reason for why airports have so much infrastructure, precisely to make sure that this sort of 3D transportation happens safely. But 3D transportation, once again, that's just space. On Earth, we do travel in 2 dimensions. I mean, we do travel from 2-dimensional points to 2-dimensional points. We could travel in 3 dimensions, but in space, we would travel from a point which has 3-dimensional coordinates to another point which also has 3-dimensional coordinates. So that reason, you know, the fact that we can move in 3 dimensions, that's just space travel on Earth. Can't we just do space travel?
That's why time travel doesn't exist without teleportation, right? Because it's just like, oh, I'm gonna travel back in time. It's like, well, are you gonna be in the exact spot?
But that's even more tricky than that.
Because you're like really traveling, like not just
it's way
on
more
the Earth around the
that.
sun, but the sun around the Milky Way.
Oh,
the Milky Way,
that's
around the
not
galactic cluster.
Because it goes even more. Okay, is Earth actually moving, or is it actually staying still? What if Earth isn't actually moving, except everything else in our universe is moving? Which means if you travel back in time, but
roll over his grave.
But no, a genuine question. What if Earth is actually staying still and everything else is moving? It's possible.
Yeah, it could be.
Could be. So
possible.
Here's the thing: when you travel back in time but stay in the same place,
you're flat earther now?
No. From which frame of reference are you staying in the same place?
Yeah, it's all relative.
Yeah, so and that's actually, I actually have no idea how to answer that question. Like, if you travel back in time, where will you be? Will you be in the same place from?
That's why
your
ether
frame
is
of
so
reference?
Interesting.
I don't even know what ether is, honestly. All I knew is that it doesn't have a scientific basis. That's all I know about ether. It was
the ether was like the fabric of space time.
Nice.
So the main experiment they did is they had this giant stone wheel with a whole bunch of mirrors, and they thought, well, the Earth is rotating, and if we move the laser light, you know, around, or whatever, the light beam, that it should be measured at different speeds at a different angle if the ether exists, because it might have some kind of slight drag on things, and that would be like the actual coordinate system of the universe, like, you know,
and then
the grids on a grid paper.
And then the experiment failed, and then Einstein came and was like, oh, relativity, and screwed everything up. Just like no concrete answers.
Yeah. Well, relativity is interesting.
I love relativity, it's great. It makes no sense and it makes all the sense. It's amazing.
Oh no. Now we have something to do.
No. Oh, that's really bad. Would you like...
How bad is it?
It's... Well, hold V, scan for call, and if you see 3 call places next to each other, go over there and you'll see just how bad it is. It's really bad.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, there's a whole bunch over here. I'm gonna start mining coal over there. 1,700 meters.
Yeah, I mean, I made a coal factory. It's big, and everyone loves it. Everyone just such a big fan of my coal factory. Everyone's like, "Oh, make it! That's such a beautiful and tidy and neat factory you've built." So
there's never been a better coal factory ever in existence.
Oh, it's just so great. You should really see it. Everything is ordered and everything. Like there's no conveyor belts that are crossing each other or anything. It's beautiful. Anyhow, I should just study relativity more. Relativity is great. It's, as I mean, it makes no sense and it makes all the sense. Relativity is basically asking
Well,
the question of...
Veritasium had this video where you can't measure the speed of light in one direction. And I've been thinking about that. I'm like, yes, you can. That's why I was doing my fiber optic splitting, because you can't measure a single photon, but you can measure a single direction with a coil. But technically, it's bouncing. So I guess it has to bounce around the inside. Thus, the refractive index of a optical fiber. But it is technically a one-directional measurement.
I think the
It's
point...
like saying that you
haven't
measure the
seen the
speed
video,
of water
but
through
I
a hose.
think the point there is that, like, from a quantum mechanical perspective, you can't measure it. Because what you're saying right now is you're basically taking... because from a quantum mechanical perspective, you can't, but from a classical mechanical, you can. So, right now you're basically describing a measurement, like, in an experiment which sounds like classical mechanics. Because in quantum mechanics, photon is... Well, in quantum mechanics, you would have to account for the probability. Hey, make it. I keep hearing a lot about relativity, but I still don't understand. So what's so important about it? Well, Happy, I am so glad you asked. I'm gonna give you only a reason for why relativity exists, and not explain relativity itself, because I'm actually not that good to explain it. I'm still...
Are you gonna say Mercury's orbit?
No, I'm gonna say it much more generally. Imagine, Happy... Okay, Happy, you have to realize the fact that in science we could be wrong. We can always be wrong. There's always a possibility. So so the cause of relativity, the true like reason behind it, is the fact that it's trying to make as few assumptions as possible. Like a ridiculously small amount of assumptions. That's actually why it's such a big pain, because everything is... So general relativity, as obviously the one I'm going for. For big surprise, make it the generalist going for general relativity. Crazy. General relativity...
That's not that special.
Yeah, oh, I mean, special is relative, I would say, from person to person. Anyway, so the main reason for why relativity is so special, you did this to me, is that it makes practically no assumptions. That's why they are called theory. No. When it comes to theories, you still have assumptions. It's not because of theories. It's not that... What kind of analogy would be good for this? Oh boy. Okay.
I don't know. This has to do with space, life, and time.
Yeah, I mean... I can't really find a great analogy for this. Okay. Happy. In classical mechanics, when you have a ball and you want to describe its position, you assume that the position of the ball to be a point. So that's why you'll need two numbers to describe its position, or three if you're doing it in 3 dimensions. When you're dealing with quantum mechanics, you still have some underlying assumptions, like for example, you assume the photon to have... that's okay. In quantum mechanics, there are a lot less assumptions, but you have the uncertainty principle. I know that's a great example. The point is, in relativity, the main assumption is just the causality. That's the main assumption, which means that things happen in order. And that's kind of it. If you have me, right, go up to an apple tree, pick an apple and eat it, that's causality. Which means I ate an apple because I picked it from a tree, because I went up to a tree. You can have these 3 events in order. However, if you then have Tefta go up to a peach tree, get a peach and eat it, then Tefta, once again, follows causality. So basically Tefta ate the peach because Tefta picked the peach from a peach tree, because Tefta went up to a peach tree. However, you can't exactly say, when it comes to relativity, exactly when we did these things in relation to each other. Which basically means it's not like second 0, make it and Tefta standing still, second 1, they're picking an apple and a peach from their respective trees, and third of all, they're eating them. Only it's relative for each person. Basically, it narrows everything down to one thing. No, it basically states that there is no such thing as objective. It's relative, as the name would suggest. Which is really annoying. Imagine every single object in existence having its own time. Or rather, to better describe it, imagine each sequence of events in existence having its own time. So that kind of lack of assumption. So there is no objective time, for example, because having an objective time is an assumption.
Yeah.
You assume that time, is objectively always the same. No, you're basically saying we don't know if time is objective, so we're gonna treat it like it's relative because that is true both if it's objective and if it's relative. That sort of extreme lack of assumptions means that you have to have your theory has to be extremely general. And I mean extremely general. It has to account for every single possible scenario. And Tefta, I think that's something you will like, because how you already often mentioned the objective truth. Well, this would be one way to approach the problem. So basically, relativity isn't exactly saying, what is objectively right, only it's saying we're gonna create a theory which will be correct no matter what the universe looks like. That's kind of the goal of general relativity.
And it stems behind the fact that
Milestone reached.
yeah,
So-
it's in the, like some of the books that I read on relativity. It's like you can't, if you send a clock,
That's the famous term, yeah.
It's- yeah. Well, it's the fact that if a clock goes a certain speed and comes back, there are certain things that you can't test and you just can't know.
Precisely.
Because there's no way to know them, right? And so that's what's interesting. So you only then associate it with its relativeness with something else, right?
Yeah.
Because it literally makes no sense otherwise, or even if it did make sense, we couldn't measure it. And there's no known way unless we had instant communication, instant perfect communication, I guess. Then this all breaks down. So if we ever are able to transmit information faster than the speed of light, then we can go beyond that of relativity. But until then, we are bound
I
to
actually
it.
have a question for you, which I'm actually really curious of your answer, because I feel like it says a lot about like a person, how they're scientifically minded. Well, not how much they're scientifically minded, only in what way. Imagine there is a particle which interacts with nothing. And I mean absolutely nothing, right? We have this particle in our universe which is just going around and interacts with absolutely nothing in no way, shape, or form. Is this particle real?
Okay.
Should we consider it real?
Well, if it doesn't interact with anything, you can't perceive it. So one, you couldn't even know that it exists, because the only way that we measure things is by its interference with something else.
Yes.
Photons literally have stemmed from it. So we wouldn't even know of its existence. So it'd be pointless to speculate because we wouldn't even know about it.
Okay,
It probably exists, and sure, it could exist, but it wouldn't ever. It wouldn't ever be helpful for me to know about this or learn
Which
about
means
it
it wouldn't be real.
because it doesn't interact with anything.
I actually
Well,
have the same opinion.
I wouldn't say it wasn't real. I just said that
I would
I don't
actually-
know how to perceive it, so I see it as useless
I would say that
at the
it's
moment.
not real.
I wouldn't call it not real. I would say it's useless.
I would say it's absolutely not real, or because it's not like on the same plane of existence. Let's just call it. If it doesn't interact with our universe in any way, shape, or form, then there is no difference between it not existing and it existing. There's no difference. If it does exist, then it does nothing. If it doesn't exist, it does nothing. That's why I would say it's not real. It actually stems from
not real.
most
Okay.
recent
I think
video
it's
where
a-
I basically asked, if fourth dimension is real but it's flat, then does it actually exist? Because well, technically it would exist, but in practice it would be all flat, so it doesn't really matter. Which means that there would be no way to traverse the fourth dimension if it's perfectly flat. And in my opinion, that's actually how we should define realness, by things which we can interact with, not in the basic, only in like a physical way, so have an effect.
Yeah.
And that's why I think that, and yeah, that's the thing. There are actually a couple of particles.
I think that's a
which-
solid argument.
Yeah, there are. I remember there are a couple of cool particles which I think we haven't seen, or we have seen them so rarely that we don't consider them to be real. But that's actually a different topic. I just really wanted to ask you this question because I feel like it says a lot about how people think of science. Because if someone says that it means that it's not real, then what they basically saying is that they think of science in a utility way. So science as a best description of the universe possible. Best description we can do. If they say that it is real, then that means they're basically like perfectionists who expect science to give you the exact answer. So the perfect answer, objectively right. That's at least my opinion of how I interpret answer to these questions. So I'm really glad you agree with me in this case.
It's interesting to think. Well, that's also a weird realization that, like, when you get into electronics, like speakers and microphones are the same thing. Oh, okay, that makes sense. And then you're like, wait, LEDs and light receptors are the same thing? I'm like, well, okay. Well, then does that mean that if you vibrate anything at a certain frequency, it would produce light? That's crazy. How would you even test that?
I mean, in my opinion,
the nature of reality is super weird. When like a receptor is also an emitter in like every case.
Yeah, precisely. You can't just have interaction going one way.
Yeah, it's like
it is a law.
It makes it maddening.
You can't perceive something without affecting it.
Yeah.
The measurement requires you to actually do something to an object.
Otherwise, you didn't measure it, or at least not digitally.
Precisely. Every effect goes both ways.
Okay. So I'm building an extra power thingy.
A different thing which I also really like is, I don't know if you've been interested in the topic, but theorized particles. I find it it's basically science fiction except written by scientists. I really like it. So it's particles with properties that make no sense. So, you know...
Like what?
You know negative and imaginary numbers, right?
Yeah.
Basically, these theorized particles are scientists playing the game of, okay, what if this one property of a particle was negative or imaginary? So, for example, tachyons... I don't know if you've heard of tachyons.
Yeah, I've heard of them, but...
If I do remember correctly, they have imaginary mass, which means that they can travel faster than light.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah,
they're going backwards in time.
I don't actually know if they're going backwards, because it's the mass. The mass is imaginary. It's not negative. That's what's so weird about them. They didn't go for negative mass. Negative mass is exotic. No, wait. Negative gravitational mass is exotic matter. So,
well, that's why I always thought was interesting about relativity is so if you go fast, because you can go the speed of light. Relativity doesn't say that. It just says that it takes an infinite energy source to accelerate to the speed of light. But
that's precisely
going the speed of light is fine. Photons do it. But if you go faster than the speed of light, because time dilation, wouldn't it make time then go in the reverse direction?
Yeah, that's precisely the thing. Except if I'm not mistaken, when it comes to time dilation, I don't think it will go into negative, because I remember I checked it once. I don't think it will go to negative direction. I think it will go into the imaginary direction, because it's a square root.
Yeah,
because
so with that's why tau's...
It's 1 minus velocity squared divided by speed of light squared square root, which basically means if your speed of light is high, if your velocity is higher than the speed of light, then you get 1 minus something that's greater than 1. So you get, for example, a negative 0.5, but then you have a square root of that, which means time would go in an imaginary way. That's what's so wild about them. And that's precisely why tachyons actually have... unless I'm wrong, these equations are annoying to follow. But if I'm not mistaken, that's why tachyons actually need imaginary mass, not negative. It's precisely because... And also another thing with relativity. Relativity divides mass into two, which I think it's such a dumb thing to explain. Oh, that's such a dumb thing to explain. Relativity divides mass into momentum mass and gravitational mass. And on the surface, it seems simple enough, right? You have basically one kind of mass which influences the momentum, so basically how hard it is to accelerate something, and you have another kind of mass which influences the gravity, so how hard the object is affected by gravity or affecting others with gravity, right? On the surface, it's simple, but then when you go deeper into it, you realize that one of the laws is that they are always, I don't remember what the word is, equivalent, which basically means gravitational mass is equal to the momentum mass. And that kind of asks you a question, okay, that's fair, gravitational mass is equal to the momentum mass, why are we then separating them off if they're both always equal?
Yeah.
I think it's just pretty funny. But then you could basically have exotic matter, which is matter, if I remember correctly, with negative gravitational mass. So instead of... So white holes, basically. Black holes put everything in, white holes spit everything out.
Yeah. That stuff is beyond me. That's why I watch your videos. That's why I don't make my own in that stuff.
Yeah, I do really should switch to practical more, because practical is more fun. I will still make big theoretical videos, but that would be more... like I have a video about relativity incoming, is going to be an absolute pain.
That's going to be cool.
Yeah, it's finished.
What? Why is it breaking? Did you connect the power?
Nope. I didn't connect any power. All I did is switch conveyor belts Mark 1 to Mark 3.
Oh, I need more.
Oh, but it is connected to power. I know you.
Yeah, I have one power plant. I'm just trying to start my one
Wait,
thing.
is it connected? I can't tell if it's connected to power or not. It looks connected.
Well, it's only connected to this one. This one generator is going to this one level Mark II reactor, which goes to the water pump and the coal factory.
And the right here it connects to the rest of the network.
Oh, why? Why? It shouldn't.
Alright, I can deconstruct it if you want.
Yeah.
In my defense, I didn't do it. It came that way.
I was like, what? Why is this? Trying to get a little bit of electricity.
I really love how when you start a coal power plant, you have to just start over and over a couple of times so that the water makes its way over there and the coal makes its way over there. But in this case, it's... The capacity is 30 megawatts. Why? Oh, 2 power plants aren't connected.
Well, yeah, I was
time.
trying to only connect to one of them because I thought it'd be less power to start it.
I don't know if it has enough power to generate for all of them.
And I need more rods. I can't make more biomass burns.
What is going on? What is I? Hold on, let me remake this network real quick, if you wouldn't mind, because I
don't mind at all.
Because I have some quick wire in my backpack, and quick wire can make power poles Mark II, so there'll be less power poles. They have 7 connections, so you can connect a lot of things to them. Okay, so
I need
this, and this one is already connected to the big power supply, and we want it connected to the small power supply. We want this connected to the small power supply, and it's connected to the big power supply. There we go. And then this one we want to connect to the generators that they would provide us with power, and the water pump and the water extractor. And just like that, it's broken. That's good. That's what's supposed to happen. But then when we kickstart it again, once or twice, or thrice or quadrice, like a couple of times, just really give it a good like, or maybe another thing right here.
It's one of my buddies tried to invite me out to a bar. Kind of funny.
Just stuck with me, you know.
Well, I don't drink. I don't drink.
Oh, I see. That also makes sense. Well, if it's any translation, neither do I. I'm actually gonna.
Yeah.
It's kind of awkward because like I use the same excuse as the rest of society, where if I want to go out with someone just to have a conversation, I say that we should go out for drinks. Except it's really awkward because I don't drink. And people really often expect me to drink when we're going out for drinks, which, I mean, I can't blame them exactly for that. I'm going out for drinks, like, in, I think, a week, and
okay,
it's gonna be pretty awkward to do the whole explanation. Oh yeah, I invited you out for drinks, but not to drink. That's silly.
Yeah, no.
Why isn't it socially acceptable? Why isn't it socially acceptable to just, like, go out to...
I think it is.
Talk. I mean, not not from everyone.
Some people aren't that confident.
Yeah, it's so weird how like just enjoying company of other people isn't considered a basic thing. It's considered weird. Oh yeah,
It's our antisocial.
I want
Take
to
an apple juice, make it. Happy
take an
says.
apple. No, because I mean they will know. Or maybe I could hide it. But then also going up to the bar and just bringing my own beer. I should make like a label 100% not apple juice. That would sure sell it.
So for my fiance, she worked and she had this water thing, and I had a vinyl plotter, so I put her name and it says not vodka. And it's a giant water bottle, but it's aluminum and you can't really tell, right? So like people kept on laughing, and I'm like, yeah, see, they like my humor. It's not vodka. It's true. But then people are like, maybe it is vodka.
Try to explain it each time. No, it really isn't vodka. I know. Trust me, the label is true. It's basically asbestos-free apples.
Yeah. Hey, we have power.
Well, out of 2 of them. I already mentioned how I don't like how fluid works in this game. Basically, you need your pipeline to always go down, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh.
So one of them wasn't working because the pipeline was ever so slightly going up.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, it's really annoying, but now it should be working perfectly well. Wait, hold on.
Even with one of those pumps?
Yeah, even with those pumps. I have no idea what these pumps do. So now 3 of them are generating.
This simulated universe is very off-putting.
Yeah.
Unsatisfactory.
Just have unsatisfactory. Just have realistic. Just simulate every particle of H2O. How difficult could that be? Okay, yeah. Oh, now all of them are working, except the 3rd one isn't connected. That's fine. I would recommend though. Hey, come here. I'm gonna give you some. Have some quick wire. Because now you can make Mark II connections, and you just need.
Okay.
Each of them is basically 7 connections, so that's great.
Awesome. Power line is 2, and then what do I got? We have Mark II. Oh yeah. I should be doing Mark III.
It's really awkward. But also how someone joined in on the stream today and they said, I have no idea how old are you because you sound like a 16-year-old, but you seem to have 30 years of experience. And I'm not making a good case for myself because the only way I could reasonably prove that I'm an adult would be to drink on camera, because if I don't do it, then if I'm not an adult, that would be a crime, which is awkward because I don't drink. So I have that going for me.
That is awkward. But that's a compliment if you are super young, because I don't know how old you are. I would say that you're 26.
A reasonable guess. That's what I always say.
Yeah.
Now I'm thinking, okay,
That's my guess.
You know what? I was about to say that age doesn't matter, but no. It does. It does matter. It does matter, and I don't want to be...
Make it matters.
Yeah, it matters, and I'm not gonna, too many accidents happening.
Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be my birthday sometime this year.
Oh hell yeah. Well, I'm assuming it's gonna be your birthday sometime this year. Like, well, yeah.
I was wondering if you'd catch that, yeah. What's funny is there's a weird statistic. It's really crazy. If there's 20 people in a room, the chances that someone shares your birthday is like
really
insanely high. Yeah.
Yes, that's because, and that's basically a paradox technically, but not the paradox as in it doesn't have an answer, only paradox because the answer is counterintuitive. And that's because people always forget that if the chance of 2 people having birthday on the same day, it doesn't mean just taking one person and matching them with 19 people. It means taking one person matching with 19 plus one person matching with 18, one person matching with 17, and so on and so forth. So whilst if you're a room with 20 people, chance that someone has birthday on the same day as you is pretty low. if you have a room of 20 people, chance that any two of them share the same birthday is really high. No, surprisingly high at least. Okay, I think it's working.
They say that there's 5% chance, but I think it's higher. Whatever.
I mean,
That's
5%
just
is still
ChatGPT.
really high if you consider that there are 365 days in the year. I think if you do, it's going up really quick, so I think if you do 50 people, it's gonna be really high.
Ah, so we probably can't connect this to the main grid yet.
I already did.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Honest, if I'm being honest, I wasn't expecting you to work either. Okay, if
Yeah,
you
that's-
check the consumption levels with everything else, you can see the production is fluctuating like crazy. Like it's going up and down, but around 300 megawatts, 400 megawatts. But that's only because my coal power plant sucks so much, so... Also, we have some additional coal, so we can make more refineries. I mean, more generators. So I'll just do that real quick.
So we talked about aliens. That makes it a satisfactory stream.
That does make it a satisfactory stream. Aliens, future technology, and dad puns. That's...
It's still crazy that we are in different parts of the world live streaming in a simulated universe.
It is insane,
That we're
isn't
factory
it?
workers. Yeah, and it's like
I love how basically...
the chances of us being alive in this era is like astronomically
It is
crazy
an
low.
insane era because it's basically era right before we... Because here's the thing, rate of progress is accelerating. I keep mentioning it. How rate of progress is accelerating, and because of that, basically, we live in an outstanding era where we were born right before the moment when the rate of progress basically would collapse. So it would get so high that we would reach like technically infinite progress, blah blah blah. We were born right before that moment, but we were born so close to it that we will probably see it in our lives. In our lifetime.
That's crazy.
It's insane. So cool. Nah, I love hope. I love like scientific hope. It's the best kind of hope.
Scientific hope.
Where you basically learn about something hopeful and at the same time you realize that it is scientifically probable. It's great.
It is. Yeah. I had a conversation today just kind of about similar vein, and it helps put things in perspective, you know?
Yeah, like I'm just here worrying how many views I'll get in the video.
Yeah. It's like the fact that that could even be a viable job is cool.
It is. It really is. I also mentioned, I think, last stream, I need to have a philosophy talk with y'all too in my lifetime. I mean, you can just join in on streams whenever I'm streaming with Tef, though.
It is always philosophy.
It's always philosophy talk, at least thrice. But hold on, what was I gonna say? Oh, damn it! I forgot what I was gonna say. I was about to say something really intelligent. Trust me.
An epic,
Yeah,
and it
epic.
wasn't a bit at all.
It wasn't.
Totally
No,
not a
it's
bit.
like it was like really smart and. No, well. Oh yeah, I mentioned it really often how when it comes to... I really like being a generalist because I just can't seem to pick a favorite when it comes to different fields of science. And I am not smart enough to find... To actually get... Not find. I'm not smart enough to get an actual scientific job for generalists. But... And that's why I'm trying YouTube. I really want YouTube to succeed for me because if YouTube actually blows up for me, then I will have a generalist job, a scientific generalist job, which is actually my range. Because there are generalist jobs, I'm just not good enough for them. I won't sit here and pretend like I am. Like, you know, if you're a generalist, there are plenty of things you can do. It's just that you need to be on a similar level with specialists, except in so many fields.
That's what I'm trying to do.
Yeah, it's really difficult though. So basically, Nobel Prize winners...
Remember how you say, why are you good at all this stuff? It's like, well, I kind of have to be. Like, because technically, I have to know the whole landscape of information technology to a degree in which to govern systems that rely on that infrastructure,
Yeah,
right?
And then my only thing
and
is
create.
YouTube, and I still get less views than you sometimes. Cool.
That's not very often though.
Oh my goodness! Speaking of, you know how I like 2 hours ago or an hour ago I said how I don't really like to talk about YouTube statistics, but at the same time as I love it.
Yeah.
Well,
why don't you?
the Let's Do Physics in 7 Dimensions video right now is my top second best video out of the last 10 videos. Which
Awesome.
means if it continues, it should reach at least 15,000 views, maybe 20,000. And also another fun fact, in order for YouTube to be a stable job for me, which means in order for YouTube to be in a spot where I can do it full time, where I would finally be able to stop with the ad making, oh my goodness, I would need to get at least 50,000 views on each video.
Yeah.
It's not crazy lot, but it's out of my range for now.
Okay. Yeah. I'm confident you'll get there. I really am.
Well, I am.
Your videos are increasing, and
they're die. You know.
Yeah. No, the even just the quality of them, it's super awesome.
I have
dude.
gotten better at animations.
Keep at it, you'll get there.
Only recently I realized how much my old videos sucked. The addition to quantum mechanics video for, if I upload it right now, I would hate it. It's really not great for the current standard. It really isn't. That's why I need to finish this large video. You
But
have already.
that's good. That's a measure of
That is good. Yeah.
of growth.
The
right?
only person you should ever compare yourself
Because
to
if
is
your videos
past
were the
self.
same, Jordan Peterson took it right out of his mouth.
Was it Jordan?
I think it's
Peterson?
rule 2.
I have no idea. I just made
Yeah,
it up
Jordan
on the spot.
Peterson. Oh,
I don't actually. Jordan Peterson. I just made it up on the spot. But basically.
No, it's rule 4. Rule 4 in his book 12 Rules for Life. Compare yourself to who you were yesterday, not to someone else.
Well, then it will. Some people will hate me for it. Other people will love me for it. But apparently, I can come up with about as good of advice as Jordan Peterson. Like, love me or hate me, I'm just stating the fact. Anyhow, so yeah, that's why I'm so excited about the video I'm gonna make soon. You have actually seen the first 10 minutes of that video, because I uploaded the first 10 minutes like 2 months ago to Patreon.
Oh, it's that one?
It's that one.
Okay.
And those 10 minutes are just like the introduction. So those 10 minutes are the underlying chemical reasoning behind the physics for it. So this is an introduction. Next chapter will be introduction, but with a more specialized perspective, and only then will I get into the meat and potatoes video. It's gonna be such a long video. I'm really excited for it, but yeah, well, it's gonna take.
That's ridiculous.
Yes, but it took so much time. Oh my goodness, I can't wait to be done with it.
Oh, I bet.
But then I also got prototyping recently, making robots. Oh, it's so fun. I basically just have a playlist which I play in the background, and I feel like Iron Man. It's perfect. I feel like whenever I'm stressed or just feeling bad, I should just do it. I should just do this prototyping, because it's basically my happy place.
Yeah.
Where I just can stand there, solder, design, and pretend I'm Iron Man. That's just my happy place. Or doing chemistry too.
That's why my ultimate goal is, and I've stated this before, is to have a $22 million laboratory.
Which I think you will get within this decade, if I'm being honest.
And that's my goal, to make inventions that help humanity. That's honestly, my goal.
Yeah, because you you really should make some inventions to help, inventions to help humanity. Because you're not doing that right now much, are you? You're just like not making any inventions to help humanity.
Yeah. But that's why I want it. It's not so that way. Yeah. It's not so I can have a boat or some whatever.
Yeah, so
car.
for everyone watching the stream right now, the reason why I like Tefta so much is because of this difference between me and Tefta. We both have a very similar goal, where we both basically want a really advanced lab. Except the difference is Tefta wants it so Tefta can help humanity. I want it because I want a lab. That's basically the difference between us.
Well, I think that I want a lab just so I can have a lab too, because that's where my happy place is.
I mean, having... whenever I imagine the spaceship, I always imagine it as like, you know, a mobile lab. A lab which you can move from place to place. It's something which you can't really have on a planet. The only way you could have it on a planet would be to have it on a boat, because
A zero
land
gravity
vehicles. I mean, yeah. Actually, I would prefer gravity. Oh, that's another thing. Zero gravity. Very interesting, hard to solve problem, which we will have to solve. Creating
How to get zero gravity?
No, the opposite. How to create artificial gravity. By that, obviously, I don't mean, you know, actually creating gravity. That seems a bit
So let's
too
say,
advanced, but you know, mimicking the effects.
So let's just hypotheticalize, however you say that. Whatever. I don't know how to say that word, and I have allergies. But let's just say this asymmetric capacitor produces a butterfly's worth of thrust, right? Like the Guardian article. So it will produce a thrust, but it has to do with electrostatics, and it might open up a new area of physics that we actually can measure.
Oh no, I feel like artificial gravity will do it in a different way, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, well, that's where do you think that's interesting? How would you even go about getting
I think I should have specified. We don't need artificial gravity. We need to mimic the effects of gravity. We need we need to be able to create an environment in which we, even with no gravity, we would still have the same effects. There's one way we can do it actually, right now. Very easy. We've known about this for, I think, hundreds of years. Yeah, freefall the other way actually. Yeah, freefall basically means gravity. You have gravity, but you don't experience any effects of gravity. But you can also go the other way. Instead of accelerating yourself downwards, you can accelerate yourself upwards. And if in
extra gravity.
Yeah, if you in the vacuum of space accelerate yourself upwards constantly, then it will feel like you're having gravity. The problem is, first of all, really energy inefficient. And second of all, you have to actively move all the time to do it. Like, you can't just stay still with this method. You have to accelerate yourself upwards. So, but yeah, that's the way. Having artificial gravity, though, is a very interesting problem because humans, we didn't evolve to live with no gravity around. Which
that's for sure.
May seem like a small issue, but because you might think, oh well, we're not used to it. And yeah, that's a part of it, but on the other hand, we didn't evolve chemically to live with no gravity. How would you solve that? One solution would be replacing every organ in the human body, but that will take some time. So there are a lot of what are some common ones?
Yeah, because we would like explode if we didn't have pressure too, because gravity also equates to pressure.
I mean, like for example, you know, if there is some sort of if you stand on your hands, then your brain feels all wonky and woozy. That's because we say, I don't know if it's actually what happens. I don't know, we're missing Ali right now. I don't know if it's actually what happens, but we say the blood is rushing to our head, right? Well, that doesn't happen when we stand upright because the gravity pulling us down. But when there is no gravity, we might experience half of that. Right now, I'm certain we have an answer to what we actually experience because we have quite a lot of humans who constantly live in in zero G. But I just don't know the answer. That's why I'm going to say it hypothetically. And you know, that sort of problem is best solved with having artificial gravity. And by artificial gravity, I obviously mean something mimicking the effects of gravity. In the future, you're gonna lose your job, math ain't as good of a career. Don't insult Zabentia. I feel like that's a very good career doing math. I feel like scientific careers is one of the last things we're gonna lose to robots, actually. Because they...
Math?
Yeah, but you know, math as a job. I don't mean calculator, I mean mathematician. That's one of the last things we're gonna lose to math because people misunderstand what doing math is actually about. When you're a professional mathematician, you don't just sit there and, you know, compute different equations. That's not what math actually looks like. When you're a professional mathematician and, you know, you're trying to invent new maths especially, then you just need a lot of creativity to basically think of new maths. can you imagine creating new maps? Like something like creating imaginary numbers, for example. Like that's a crazy thought. But then once you create imaginary numbers, first of all, you need the creativity to invent them. Second of all, you need to actually describe them. Third of all, you need to create some binding rules for them, and then you need to figure out how to use them. And for example, using imaginary numbers to calculate rotation is a brilliant idea, but something that requires a lot of creativity. And that's why I think that, you know, math included, scientific jobs will be one of the last jobs to actually get automated. Not because they're special in any way, only because they require so much creativity that it will be much easier to just automate everything else. So it's not really that they're special, unique, and something that can be automated. It's just like everything else is easier to automate because it doesn't require us to create thoughts which are this original.
I showed you my stupid math project I was working on, I think, where I was trying to develop my own method of visualizing nth dimensional. It's more of just a projection, my own projection method.
I don't think you did. I don't think you mentioned that actually, because I don't really know, but I just happened to finish a video about dimension.
yeah. Well, yeah, you did. Well, that made me think of it, but I wanted to visualize nth dimensional space in 3 dimensions, so I created my own projection method. And it's not very mathematically sound, but I'm having to research mathematics in order to do it properly. But that's kind of my introduction to mathematics, was computer science and programming. That's what made 3D engines so interesting, how they calculate, you know. But so that's my I'll very honest, limited.
Actually, because this is kind of seems like a full circle. The main reason for I'm creating this video is a project by another YouTuber. I don't remember the exact name of the game, but it's basically a 4-dimensional game. A game...
Okay.
So a game which has 4 dimensions. And the main reason for why I created this video is because I remember I was there when that project was being done as one of the early followers, actually. And back then I was programming a lot. And I saw a lot of people get excited with the wrong things about the project. So basic idea was, you know, what you're trying to do when you're creating a 4-dimensional game is you're trying to create a method in order to a method in which you can project a 4D space onto 2D screen. That's the difficult bit.
Oh yeah.
But everyone I've seen in the comment section, maybe I just happened to check it the wrong day, was fascinated with doing physics in 4 dimensions, which, as you may notice, is oddly similar to the title of the video. That's actually genuine reason for why I was.
But everything's in 4 dimensions, like, because if you use time as a dimension or temperature as a dimension,
that's actually why I
dimension.
renamed the video from "Let's do physics in 4 dimensions" to "Let's do physics in 7 dimensions," because that's kind of the thing that upset me so much. People were paying so much attention to doing physics, to the physics engine, without realizing that doing physics in any number of dimensions isn't that difficult. It's the projection that is different, because projecting from 3 dimensions to 2 dimensionals to 2 dimensions, we can do because our eyes evolved to perceive 3-dimensional spaces as 2-dimensional images. So we really think of our eyesight as given, you know, just have eyes, but eyes are nothing. The real prize is the optical processing that's happening in our brain. The fact that we can look at a 2D image and then from that figure out what the 3D space looks like, that's the real prize. And the thing is, our eyes did not evolve to do it in 4 dimensions. And because of that, you know, creating an engine which can project a 4-dimensional space on a 2-dimensional screen in a way that we can understand, that was really impressive for me. And I just got so upset that everyone was talking about the physics that I've just been bottling it up for years now. And first originally released the video called Dimensions, then the second video about dimensions, I don't remember the title of the second video, and now the third video, which is called Let's Do Physics in 7 Dimensions. That's how upset I got.
Well, you know, here's another mathematic thing that I don't know. That equation, that sequence that I showed you on the edges of a dodecahedron, like that, I'm wondering if there's a name for that, because I found a pattern, because there is no Euler path on a dodecahedron. And so that's named, like a Euler path is something. But finding a path that hits all edges and vertices on an object and that's a repeating pattern. That's interesting. So I found that on the dodecahedron. I'm like, I want to know what that is. And the only thing that I could find about it was in fifth dimensional projections of a dodecahedron. So that was kind of the origin of me trying to visualize. Yeah. It was a fifth dimensional projection of platonic solids. And yeah, it's really crazy. But yeah, my visualization method is just a sphere, like all of existence. And if you cut it in half, that's, one dimension, don't think about it. And then 2 dimensions is the surface of the slice, 3 dimensions. Yeah. So it ends up being interesting and it works, and it's not very useful, except for I wanted to do it just for the sake of doing it.
I wanted to do it just for the sake of doing it is how 99% of science was made. Like people all of a sudden were, hey, what if we square root a negative number? Why? Yeah. I don't know. I've never square rooted a negative number. We'll find out when we get there.
Yeah.
That's how most of the science is done. But
that's why I created my own deck of cards, actually, and I created my own number representation system. It's part of my weird, obscure, I don't know. I find this stuff interesting, and
I have one mathematical project which you just remind me. One mathematical project which I should complete at some point. The hyperoperational mathematics.
Yes. I'm really happy with what would you say?
Yeah.
There you go. Hyperoperations.
Hyperoperations and hyperoperations. Yeah. I'm really happy with that one because that's something that's awesome. That's a field. That's not a field. Field makes it sound grounded, and actually, it's not grounded because I haven't done anything useful in it. I don't want to mislead people into thinking that I actually did more than I did. But I would like to complete it at some point because that's a piece of maths which is genuinely original and something I really came up with. The only original thing I've done in maths. And also I have another project which I can't actually tell you what it is, and can't tell anyone what it is. I have a device in mind, a pretty simple one, which I like to build for just because I've never seen it built anywhere, and because if I build it, I will be able to technically call myself an inventor. The only reason.
I thought you were going to say, if I build it, they will come, but dang it.
No. There will be no reason. I'm going to build a device, and I'm probably going to chuck it in the cupboard forever. I'm going to make a video about it, I'm going to chuck it in the cupboard forever and never use it again. The only reason why I want to build a device is because I'll be technically an inventor. That's why I can't tell anyone what it is, because if they get there before me, if they make it before me, it's law laws. I have to think of another device. And it's very important. I want to be called an inventor, not an innovator. If it was an innovator, that would be easy. Just take like a fan and increase its speed. But no, I want to be technically called an inventor. That's difficult. Yeah, basically 90% of my motivation is just pettiness. Pettiness and like silly,
I thought it was funny when Terrence Howard's like, I got so many patents, and I thought Eric Weinstein did a good job on the Joe Rogan podcast where he was like, those don't speak to what you think they speak to. Like, he was super graceful, but like, I was curious about the patent projects, and if it wasn't for my friend, I would not have one, but he wanted to, and it's just this silly 3D printed part that I have 2 patents for. But I think those things are cool because I can say that, but it doesn't mean much. Like,
yeah, that's actually,
like we talked about early on about titles. We talked about titles. Like, well, I'm technically an inventor according to the U.S. government because my name is listed on a patent.
Yeah, that's precisely what I meant. I just want to invent something. It's gonna be useless. It's gonna be pointless. I just want to be called an inventor. I got a great math question.
We can get a U.S. patent. Oh, sorry.
What's in? I mean, you can go for it. It's just I'm reading comment. It's really awkward. We should make like a digital coffee clicker, you know?
Yeah. Oh, by the way, did I tell you that I'm making it blockchain now?
I remember you told me about when you first came up with the idea. I think it's gonna be really cool.
Oh my goodness, but the limitations now, so I have to improve the screen, the battery charging circuit is not good because it doesn't, if you keep the device turned on, it will exhaust the battery to the point of no return. I messed up.
Realized something. You might be able, please please do it with blockchain because you might be able to help me with something in a really major way. Remember how I make bots now? And I can say that because I made two when one of them was walking, which means I can say make, not will make. Ah.
Yeah.
Basically, the final reason why I wanted to do it is because I wanted to build the swarm. So basically, I would just keep on making bots. You know, as I mentioned, for fun. It's my happy place. I like doing it. It's really fun. Where each of them would have a slightly different specialization. And right now, from what it seems like, the way I will do it in the end is I will have one centralized, like a brain of the swarm. Then I'll have the peripheral devices to control it, and then on the other side I'll have the bots. And the basic idea is you have the controllers. Controllers connect with the central device, and the central device basically controls the bots. And I mean, ideally how I would like it to work, but I can't do it because I genuinely don't know how. I'm not.
You sound like a hacker with a command and control server.
I mean, I don't know. The reason why I'm saying is because I know, because the way I would like it to work, ideally, but I can't make it happen because it's too difficult. It would be really difficult. Is I would like it to work without the central unit, which basically means.
So are you saying bot or like robot? You mean like a digital bot
no,
or robot?
Robot. I just can't pronounce the R. That's why I prefer saying bot. You know.
Okay, cool.
Don't rub it in.
No. I was actually trying to legitimately figure out because if you meant because it sounds like you're. Yeah. Okay. So
you have
central peer-to-peer networks are super fun.
Yeah, but that's the thing because you would basically have. Well, the way I will make it for now is the simple way, which means controller, central device, and central device controlling robots. But ideally, I would like to remove the central device and just have the robots work like a blockchain. So, you know, you don't have a central device because the entire swarm is the central device.
Well, you should just have each one have its own small neural network because you can actually set those up binary for the sensor systems. So you could literally program them, incentivize them, and do like you could even train them digitally in Blender and then put it in the units.
But that's the thing.
But I think that's best application of a technology would be neural net.
The thing is, ideally I would like something where you have two bots, right? And they both basically share the information. So they both share the information from the sensors, which is simple enough. That's pretty easy to do. Sure. The tricky bit is both of them being able to interpret this information. And the really tricky bit is that ideally, once again, it's not what I'm going to do right now because I don't have the expertise for it. That's like for a couple of years in the future. Ideally, it will be a system in which you have these two bots which have their information, which can both interpret the information. And then you could just add a third bot and it would just become part of the swarm, and then all three of them would share information and interpret it at the same time. And so, you know, with a central device, it's easy because you can just
gossip protocol. So yeah, because I was trying to make not just a blockchain, but also a blockchain network.
That's precisely what I mean when I said
distribute.
If you do it, you could help me a lot because, well, that's basically the blockchain. What I'm describing is basically the reason why you would want a blockchain.
Well, the blockchain network, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So the network, because the blockchain itself is kind of cool, but the network and how it propagates information, that's what I'm working on. So I'm using proof of stake at the moment, and I'm trying to play with that and actually figure out a voting system. So yeah, this would actually be very similar. That would be fun.
Yeah,
and it would actually motivate me to finish this. Because this is gonna be this is gonna be really hard for me to do. Like I already spent 60 hours programming it, and I'm like, I have another 60 hours ahead of me. And I'm like, okay, I need a reason to do this. But I got the new screens in for the coffee clicker, and I even have an upgraded microcontroller. I'm using the S3 as opposed to the C3. So yeah.
Actually, one of the first lessons I've learned when it comes to creation, I actually learned it back when I was making Ventum Engine, so a really long time ago, ancient ages, 2 years ago. That's not quite ancient, that's actually very recent. Or 3 years ago? Doesn't matter. The point is, I've learned one thing which actually might have saved this project for me. It's a kind of lesson about how to develop technology in general, and it's the fact you have to realize when something is a prototype. Because of sunk cost fallacy, people really often misunderstand when you should call something a prototype or not. So basically, you have a prototype on which you're working for. This is, by the way, not me giving advice to you because I'm saying you already know this. This is just your thought triggered this more than me. I'm just using the excuse of people watching this stream to basically vent and pretend like I'm wise. But basically, really often, and this happened for me, when I was working on something, I would spend tens of hours on it, only for it to end up garbage. Just complete garbage. Memory misallocation, memory leaks, everything breaking, and so on and so forth. That's because even if you spend 30 or 40 hours on something, if you spend 30 or 40 hours on a prototype, it will still be a prototype. So at some point, you do have to just realize it's a prototype and just start over again. So take all the information, all the skills you've gained from making it, and use it again, and do it again. And the picture, and that's why the picture I sent you of the thing I've been doing, I'm just completely throwing that one away. Even though it worked perfectly. I could fix it. I'm not going to, because the fact that it broke is a great symptom. It's basically a perfect symptom of the fact it's a prototype. Like, it broke right now, it can break in the future. I don't want something which technically works. I want something which works right. And that's why I'm just ordering parts and completely starting over. And why
somebody has a question in chat, and then somebody was like, let him cook, which I thought was awesome. I just had to throw that out there because I do feel for those in chat. Let him cook.
Okay. I got because I started reading it and then I stopped. I'm so sorry, Zerbentia. I got a great math question that put in my head. What's an area of an n-gon given only n and the length of a side of the n-gon without using the internet, of course, needs to say I did not succeed. So you have an n-gon. First of all, quite important. N-gon as in, because length of a side and n-gon, so I assume that would basically determine how many sides make a face. What dimensional, first of all, very important. Two-dimensional is completely different from three-dimensional.
How about this one-dimensional?
One-dimensional. Zero-dimensional, that also exists.
Yeah, zero-dimensional.
It's a thing, it's a point. As I mentioned, someone asked me about the zero-dimensional recently, and I was like, oh yeah, there's really nothing interesting to say about it. It's a point. That's it. You can't say what's inside the point because there's nothing inside the point because it's just a point. It's a single number.
What's the point of even?
What's the point of even, precisely? So, area of an n-gon. Okay. I was bored. Fine, Gabriel, I suppose. Because if you just have an area of an n-gon, I'm pretty certain that... That's actually really tricky depending on the length, because as you add more and more sides, so as n increases so as the number of sides increases, you basically get closer and closer to a circle. So I'm assuming it would basically, as a function, it would start at 3, which would be the area of a triangle, and then as it goes up and up and up, it will approach the area of a circle. So infinite amount of sides would be the area of a circle. However, it's tricky because if you would have an area of a circle, you said dependent on the area of the side. So the length of a side of an n-gon, which is tricky because if you have it at infinity and the side is equal to anything other than 0, the area would also be infinity. So if you have... Actually, the method I'm doing it in is extreme. Okay, the method I'm using is not geometrical, it's actually more akin to calculus. But what we're basically saying is that function, or actually looking for functions. So we would basically have a function with two variables, the length of a side and the number of sides, where I'd have to graph that. For number of sides 3, that would be equation for a triangle. For number of sides 4, that would be equation of a square. For number of sides 5, pentagon, and so on and so forth. I can't. I'm not that good. I'm not good enough to just give you an answer off the top of my head. That would be. I know how impressive that would be, but I'm not that guy. Hold on, monorail. Oh yeah, that's what I did. I was trying to get trains. I forgot. Oh damn it.
So yeah, wouldn't it be that there'd be a simple equation, right?
Well, it would basically
Because you would multiply it by n. So just use the triangle from the center. So it would be the r, right? Because you know the area of the triangle. And how many triangles does that object make?
Really smart,
right? And it's rotated around. So, but that's given that all the sides are the same. But that's the only way that question makes sense, is that they all make the same.
There is one wrinkle though. When you have like the triangle you're talking about, you know the base because that's just the length of the side, but you don't know the length of the two other sides because they will not be the same. So that triangle has a base of length equal to the length of the side of the shape.
Oh.
But then the sides going to the middle will be different because as the higher you go, basically, the higher the number of sides, the higher will be the ratio between the sides in the middle and the sides on the outside. So for a circle, for example, the length of the side that's on the outside would be 0, but the length of the sides in the middle would be radius of the circle.
To answer your question, Happy, the answer is yes.
How ambitious do you think you are? That is, you know what? Yeah. As a consultation person, to make sure Tefta is not biased, I can also say yes.
I tried to split, yeah.
Also, I mean, as far as goals go, you don't actually mention anything outside of your range, I would say. Like, okay, oh yeah, that's another thought which I didn't finish. When you mentioned your $22 million lab, was it? That's something you're gonna get within a decade, in my opinion. And decade is a safe estimate.
So I have two goals. And one of them is to be a business associate of Elon Musk. And sure, it's my goal. It's not anyone else's. You can like him or hate him. And my second goal is to, make inventions that help humanity and have a $22 million lab. That's why also, I want to spend the rest of my life making inventions. I would like you to be I would like you to be a business associate of Elon Musk. I don't like the guy. It would just be really good for my Patreon. Anyway, so no, but I mean, genuinely, the $22 million lab. The business associate of Elon Musk, I don't like the guy, but I'm not gonna sit here and pretend as if it's a bad goal because you like him and that's all that matters. And so, but the $22 million lab, are you, like, at this point, I feel like you're either on the verge of being a millionaire or you already are a millionaire. I can't tell. Well, yeah, so I don't discuss things because nothing really matters unless you work, right? So the reason why I don't talk about things is because if I got the energy from talking about things, I wouldn't be doing the work. But there are things in the works that the sky is always the limit. You know, someone could sell a t-shirt and become a millionaire tomorrow, but I'm working at it. It's a tangible goal. You're right. But I just meant
also to say that you're like involved in so many projects right now, so you know that's what I meant to say, because you are in a crazy large amount of.
So here's something funny. Like you know the backstory to this, and I'm not gonna say it on
that's
stream.
Why I'm also not trying to be as vague as possible.
So I'm actually going golfing now, which is super weird. And the reason being is because my boss happens to give me golf clubs, and I don't necessarily like golf, but it's actually cool because all of influential people golf, and I happen to like sports, and I'm golfing with people. It's just very weird. I don't know. It's just I actually am just trying to like be a good person, like, because I could have died multiple times in my life, and I honestly think that the purpose of life is to be involved in community. And so I say that I would go insane if I'm not doing what I'm doing. So I don't even think what I'm doing is admirable. I'm just selfishly doing what I'm doing to not be depressed. if that makes sense.
I would just say that's just smart.
Like, honestly, that's
All
the
those
root.
people
That's
who
the root.
pretend like they don't need social interactions are just full of it, in my opinion. I haven't seen a single person my entire life who claims to not want social interaction and at the same time is happy with not having social interactions. To be fair, if those people would exist, then I probably wouldn't see them because they don't need social interactions. That's fair, but at the same time, everyone I see who claims to not need or not want like social interactions, I just feel like they either are lying to themselves or they are misunderstanding what social interactions are, or they just suffer from antisocial personality disorder, which is a real thing. Just, you know, mental health, pretty important. Benefits
mental health
being
is
associated
important.
with Tefta. Yeah, that's precisely why I actually hang out with Tefta. I just steal money actually secretly. Tefta doesn't even know it. I hacked his bank account a while back, and I need to, you know, be in the and to pretend to be his friends that he would never realize I'm actually stealing money from him. I'm doing the long con. I'm actually
That's
really
the best
glad
kind.
that like we became friends before you became. So I already consider you successful, by the way. I know you're gonna get even more successful, but I already consider you successful. I am really
Well, so
glad.
are you. You are a successful YouTuber. You will be. I think you'll be famous. Like you will be like famous.
I really hope so. But I am really glad that we became friends before we both got successful, because that's like that's a good way to tell that, you know, we're not just being fake friends. I'm really glad that happened before, because if it happened after, it would be much more difficult to say.
Well, like, yeah, when you made a video about open muscle, that was super awesome because like I was going through a lot of stuff and no one even cared what I was doing. Like, even my family and friends, they're like, what are you doing? Like, why are you wasting your time with that? And I'm like, I'm just trying to not be depressed. This is the only thing that makes me not depressed. And you recognized it. And so I was like, heck yeah. So I appreciate that.
I actually should mention that story because I feel like a lot of people who are here right now are new and don't know this back. It's an amazing backstory, in my opinion. So basically what happened is that happened a year ago now, something like that. Wow. A real while back ago. And basically my YouTube channel, you all know me as the Make It, who right now has 20,000 subscribers. In my mind, that's not the case. In my mind, I'm still at the same place where I was for the past years. So you have to imagine me, Make It, someone who's trying to grow a channel with around 100 or 200 subscribers, right? 100 or 200. And I was just making my videos, you know, having my fun. And then one day I just wake up, right? I'm just laying in bed, pick up my phone, ready to check out my Discord before going to actually walk, either a normal walk or, you know, just making videos. And then what I see is I see someone who really liked my video, liked it so much that they joined in my Discord and that they made a remix of me. You all have no idea what it felt like. I had 200 or 300 subscribers. If someone joined in my Discord after watching my video, I was over the moon. Tefta made a remix of me. And that was only half of it, because I was like, oh, that's really cool. Just like the symbol of the fact that you appreciated the video so much that you actually made something. And then, as you know, as one does, I just stalked Tefta for like half an hour, just clicked on every single link that was attached to him. And I'm really glad you did attach those links, because that's how I found Open Muscle. And I was like, oh my goodness, that's not just someone who made a remix of me to show me that they liked my video. That's someone who's actively working to make open source prosthetic software and hardware. And I was so impressed. I had some work to do that day, but I just couldn't. The entire time I was thinking, holy shit, that's someone who seen my video. I was so impressed that I just right away thought I said no, and I just immediately scripted a video and made some animations. That video sucked, by the way. It wasn't great because I just made it in like 7 hours. I watched it because I just had
I probably watched it like 10 times at least that day. And because when I woke up, because I made that right before I went to sleep, I was like, because I saw your video on viruses or something. And then I saw a second one. I never looked at your subscriber count. I thought it was like, 50,000, 100,000. I wasn't sure. And it was like only 200. I'm like, oh, crap. So I just made that before I went to bed, and I was like, "Nah, that's what I'm doing today." And I woke up, and you had your video.
Yeah, and
that
I made a video
my
about
morning.
open muscle because I was so impressed the fact that Tefta was making it out, and I just couldn't go on with my day knowing that someone that incredible made actually not only seen my video but they liked it, and I just didn't do anything, and I was so impressed with it. I just couldn't leave it there. I had to share it with everyone, and so I made a video, and then Tefta woke up and had the exact same thing except the other way. So yeah.
Yeah.
And that's
That
the
was
backstory.
wow.
And
I think that was a March, wasn't it?
yeah, that was a
Of last
little
year?
bit over a year ago. In
Yeah.
a year, we've come a long way. I'm feeling
Yeah.
hopeful about the future, and that's actually really nice because then Tefta got involved in more things to save the world. I can't talk about them there because Tefta's life isn't just as YouTube-ish as mine. Because I overshare, it's what I do. It's my job requirement. And I made the addition quantum mechanics video. That's the only thing I did. The only one. Tefta set up did 7 projects. I made only one video. And we're streaming together. So I'm just really happy. Because I keep mentioning how I could have.
I needed this
spent
because I've been so busy.
Yeah.
I missed this.
This is great. I just really like mentioning really often how I could have a much larger audience. A lot of people give me advice on how to clickbaitize basically my videos, so that I would have more subscribers, more views. What they don't realize is that I could have more views or more subscribers if I wanted to. I'm not dumb. I know what the YouTube algorithm wants, but it's for me the most important thing isn't the amount of people who watch my videos. It's how they interact with them. So not only for them to watch it, I want them to enjoy them, and I also want these people to. I don't want to just have kids watching my videos. I want people who are actually amazing. So that's why I was so happy with the fact that Tefta seen it, because that was a sign.
And it's always good to encourage the next generation as well. So that's why I think people watch and learn on YouTube a lot.
When I say kids,
like
I don't mean by the way age-wise. I mean just childish. That's what I mean, because there are actually a lot of kids who are also I'm pretty certain Andy is, or wait, Hungry. Oh yeah, Hungry is also I think 14. But Hungry is a rewrite I really like hanging out with Hungry. So yeah, Hungry is a kid, but I don't mind him being on the server.
How many non-disclosure agreements have I signed? I've signed non-disclosure agreements. Yeah.
I cannot disclose how many non-disclosure agreements I've signed.
You know what's funny is that I have signed non-disclosure agreements because I've actually been the one to bring it up, just to give people peace of mind. And then there's times when I haven't had to sign a non-disclosure agreement, and I'm like, that's interesting. That's very, very interesting. But it's everything that you do, how you interact, how you talk, especially in a public platform, you should do so with respect.
Yes.
And that's why I don't talk about things. One, because I don't want a big ego, right? Or a deflated ego, because if you say something stupid, people will call you out. But I want to be honorable. I try to be virtuous and have virtues, but that's tough.
Another, the biggest
but
problem,
it's still a goal.
The biggest problem for me is that, well, it's not the biggest problem, only it's the one I have to watch out for the most, is the fact that a lot of secrets which are going around are not mine to share. Which is obvious.
Yeah.
And
that's a very trustworthiness.
Yeah, it's definitely something I'm not trying to break. I'm more scared about breaking it in an accident. That's why I'm trying to be as secretive whenever I talk about anything anyone I know is involved in, because these aren't mine things to share. I just mention them how they relate to my life, but if I mention how they relate to my life, then that could still, say too much. And that's why I'm trying to be as secretive as possible when talking about other people. It just isn't my thing. And also another thing, I walk.
It's also a discipline, right?
Yeah, and another thing also, I walk on the same computer as I do YouTube. Streams every day. You know how awful it is? I basically
That is
separated
very awful.
my
I
entire
know.
work thing to another drive. I have so many files which I cannot share, not because they're like top secret or cool. No, just because the client doesn't want me to. And yeah, that's
Yeah.
completely fair. But I still have them on my drive because I need them. It's awful. I
So
have a
you
font
wanna-
which I could get sued over if I use it in my videos. And it's just
Yeah.
there in Adobe, sitting. It's so annoying.
Well-
So awful.
So there's an Easter egg probably in one of my videos that's an accidental one, because one of the podcasts that I've done is the name of it is Commodores of Chaos, Clatch. And it was my buddy's idea. So the folder is just named that acronym, right? And when you open up Explorer, right, it's just a folder and named that. Like, and it's probably in one of my videos because, yeah.
Could you repeat the name of the...
People will get the
Could you repeat
Commodores
the name?
of Chaos Clatch. Yeah.
Commodores of Chaos Clatch for everyone watching the stream right now, just so that they can picture the acronym, you know. I can imagine.
We have a folder that has all of the videos from our podcast, but people will probably think it's something else. But that's
And then
funny.
explaining it every single time. No, it's a podcast. Trust me, it's totally a
Yeah.
podcast.
No, none of my viewers probably know that. I don't know because I don't have that many subs. But so just here's a guy doing this thing, you know, teaching you about I don't know AI or something, and then all of a sudden, whoa, I don't know why he showed that on on the video.
Completely unrelated acronym.
Yeah, but I think it's comical. Like, so I'm not gonna edit it out.
The time Make It and Theft I Can Wait are really impressive. They both could have given up a long time ago. It's a certain realization, Happy, you get, which I find with like people who are truly passionate. All of everyone who's truly passionate at some point gets a realization where they realize that giving up on something you're passionate about is really pointless. There isn't a scenario in which it's actually worth it. If you're truly passionate, you truly want something, because wanting something is like a terminal goal. It's the end goal. You're not. So when you want something for the sake of money, for the sake of fame, there are moments when you should give up, simply because return on investment is too low. But when you just want
Yeah.
something as a passion, when you just want something in order to actually do it, then there really isn't a scenario in which you should give up. It sounds really cheesy, I know, and corny. Why are so many like words like this named after food? Doesn't matter. The point is, but it's just true. And also another thing.
You know, that's what's camaraderie, though. That's why community is cool, because if you find other people that are also ambitious, you can feed off of one another.
Yeah. Also, if people are passionate about different things, I also love that. I love hearing people which are passionate about something explain the topic. It's so great every single time. Ideally, in the future, well, the thing is, obviously, I want a $20 million lab. That's like, that's a reasonable
22.
dream. 20.
Yeah.
Well, no, 20 for you. For me, it would be 20. I am, you know, my expectations are
okay.
good. Yeah, I don't need quite as much. I'm modest, but what I would really love, like an actual dream. I don't think it will ever come true simply because of the logistical challenges for it. But basically, having like a Silicon Valley of scientists interested in different things that I could live in, where everyone would basically have a lab. That would be great.
Like a commune.
Yes, exactly. Like a commune where you basically have a group of everything automated, and you know everyone just. So you know you're walking on open muscle, let's just say, and you're having trouble with one of the senses. So you do fix that, but also in order to fix that, you can just walk like a street or 2 streets over and ask your friend in their workshop, like a friend who's specializing in different kinds of sensors, for example. Or you're thinking about where to place them exactly, and you can walk in the other street and find like a doctor whose whole thing is just muscles, right? Like they're specializing exactly in muscles. That would be just amazing. I love that kind of collaboration community you can find when it comes to science. It's really great.
Oh, yeah. I think it's awesome.
Yeah, Ninja, you got that exactly right. It is Commodores of Chaos Clutch. That, yep.
That's exactly how it's spelled. You know how you have the breadcrumbs of finding you online, like it's fake, right?
Yes,
It's
I
kind
love
of
them.
cool. And so I have the same thing, like because I'm pretty good at hiding my tracks, but I actually don't hide my tracks all that much. So it's kind of like a fun adventure.
Yeah, for me it's
So
different. For
I
me,
sometimes go down the rabbit hole from the opposite end just to see what it looks like.
oh, I
It's
do the
like,
same thing.
this guy is mental.
For me, it's different though because I'm not actually experienced enough from like a safety perspective, networking wise, to actually know how to cover my tracks that well. I mean, I'm still trying where I can, but I'm not that experienced. So instead, I'm going for the mislead way because I think it's funny. Also, another funny thing: if someone finds one of my names, if they tell it to me, then I will know where they found it based on the name, which I think is pretty comical.
That's
I'm
that's awesome.
Also, if someone does, I will not reveal that it's my fake name, obviously, which is once again a double-edged sword because someone could come in here with my real name, and once again, I wouldn't reveal that's my fake name, and so everyone would think that's a fake name because I didn't reveal it, when in reality, it will be just a real name. No, no.
You know,
It's
I wondered about that.
so
There was that
silly.
one time, remember?
I mean,
I was curious.
Oh, well, you expect me to tell you if that was my real name or a fake name? Are you talking about the?
I'm not even gonna mention it because I don't need to know.
Are you talking? Oh, we can mention it if you want. If it's just that people will finally realize what it is, and I feel like it's boring. I would like them to keep them guessing. Although I suppose at some point I should reveal it.
No.
Because if I'm not mistaken,
In real life,
if I'm hold on.
Nicolas Cage.
If I'm not mistaken, you're talking about the incident that happened on the 2nd
Early
of
on.
April 2023, if I'm not mistaken. That was the exact date. if I
Oh,
can
that
believe so.
that could be. Yeah, I
Yeah,
used
go-
that to search for you, and I was curious if it was, and I used a translator. So,
Yeah, it's curious, isn't it?
I actually just deleted it and never saved it, so I can't find it again, even if it was.
It's curious, isn't it? I mean, right now I'm
It is.
torn because on one hand, I would like to tell you if it's real or not, but on the other hand, should I?
Yeah.
I mean,
No,
I,
you should.
that's,
You
that's,
should.
That's the fun bit about it, is that
See, because I know you. Well, I don't even know how to word this because we're on stream. I already know your name. I'll just put it that way. It's so hard. I feel so bad.
you might know my name already. I think that's a possibility. Oh,
Yeah.
but hold on. The thing I should probably explain because I sound like a horrible person. I should probably explain exactly what I'm doing in this case, and that's the fact that when it goes to names, there is a way we consider names real feels off to me. Like, what's your real name? Well, the names which we consider real aren't really real. They are legal names. And I really often
Yeah.
like to accent the fact they're just legal names, not real names, by the fact that my name, my real name, is Make It. Most important people in my life, most of them, all of them, refer to me as Make It. That's my real name. When I wake up in the morning, I think of myself as Make It, not as Marcin, as many people would think. Make It. That's who I think of myself as. When people talk to me, if they refer to me as Make It, I know they're my friends. So, for all intents and purposes, this is my real name. However, a lot of people would like to find my legal name. The reason why is because they think of it as my real name. And I find it really funny how much of an impossible task it is for someone to actually find my real name, the legal name, and confirm that's a legal name. Honestly, if I was to do it myself, I don't know a single way in which I could be able to confirm that. With my knowledge of my life, I'm not aware of a single way in which someone could confirm my legal name.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah. And I just know, everyone needs a hobby, you know? That's mine.
That's
Oh,
right.
you already delivered 23 computers. I was just about to craft 50 of them. I should really be paying
Oh
attention
yeah,
to this
I
thing.
did 23 already. Yep.
Well, then I don't need to craft as much. I actually have enough in my inventory then.
Oh, dang it.
We can use Mark from
I'm
previous
crafting 4
stream
more.
as an example because it's just out there with little no context. It's a bit of a pickle. Yeah, you didn't even know if I really slipped up or if it was all misdirection. You just give us a really random funny name and tell us you come from a big important family. I'm Bartholomew Theodorus III. And then it turns out that my real life, my name is like Bartosz Tenry.
I've actually had my name changed.
I probably will too in the future. I remember, oh yeah, I remember you telling me about that, yeah. That's the thing, changing your name shouldn't be as big of a deal as it is.
Yeah. Well, in the United States, you can legally use one pseudonym.
I think you can do the same thing in Europe, but it's tricky because Europe is like a bureaucratic mess.
Well, like with banks, like you can sign whatever you want to. Yeah, that's just your signature.
Yeah, you can have an artistic pseudonym basically. It's tricky.
Autistic pseudonym.
I mean that too, I guess. It's just really tricky because like it's not your legal name, and because of that, different organizations and different governments will treat it differently. But technically, you can use it instead of your legal name. But in order to do that, I would need a expensive lawyer and way more subscribers. And both of these can be solved by just making videos. So
I didn't know my friend had a different name. I always knew him as what he went by was Nate, right? And it was kind of interesting because it was until a long time into our friendship, I want to say like 4 or 5 years, that he put on this like vaudeville show, and I was helping with some of the animations and videos, right? Mm-hmm. And the name of the show used his real name, and so I was hanging out with his family for the first time, and they're like using his real name, and I'm like, oh, well, what about Nate? And they're like, no, that's not his real name. And I'm like, oh wow, this is a whole can of worms.
Believe me if I told you that I have the same situation, where there's a third name,
I would believe
which isn't my legal name, isn't make it, and most people I personally know refer to me as.
That's so weird.
It's really funny because when someone introduces me to someone new, they don't refer to me as Make It, they don't refer to me as my legal name, they do refer to me as a third name. Like a nickname, basically. Which is completely unrelated to anything. Someone came up with that nickname, oh my goodness, 12 years ago, I think? It's a really old nickname. And it's no longer relevant in the slightest. And because of that, they just, we have trains! Oh yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's funny, one of my real life friends calls me Turf.
Wait, doesn't Dr. Polishmat call you?
He does and doesn't, and I actually use my real name on my channel, my first name, so that's not a secret anymore.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, hiding your legal name is always more of a hobby than actual utility, because there is no point to hiding your real name, the legal name.
Well, actually, yeah, it loses utility for me because now people think that I'm trying to do something shady because I'm not sharing my name. I'm like, oh no, I just started in cybersecurity, and
it doesn't lose utility just for you. Trust me. It's a general feature where basically if you try to hide your name, there's so many things which are way more annoying. Oh, this random nameless guy on the internet wants to sell me hoodies. Yeah, sure, I'll buy. Oh, he didn't give me his real name, only some random thing. Yeah, don't worry, take my money. Yeah, that's
true.
That's why I only like sold these hoodies to you and Ali, because both of you trust me, which was honestly a mistake on your part, because I'm pretty certain your hoodies got lost if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, they never got delivered. I've never brought it up. I've never brought it up. Just to mention
feel
that.
So bad. I would love to.
So I have to tell you this. I had a T-shirt screen printing company at one time, right? So that's why I find this whole thing interesting. But I literally made a mistake on 2,000 shirts. And I had to go to the client because we already signed the contract, and I had to get money from him. And I was dreading it, and I hate that feeling. But they approve the artwork, right? And so I have a process in which clients approve, and I was like, ah. So no, I understand the feeling, and I only did that because I wanted to support you.
Then I'm really glad you understand.
And
that
I made my own hat.
First,
I made my own hat.
Yeah,
I literally, you could sue me for making that hat, but I didn't care. I was like, I'm making the hat anyways, and that was before I bought the shirts.
I'm actually really glad that you didn't do a big deal of the hoodies, because back then, if you didn't buy these hoodies, well, okay, I'm not gonna call it buying hoodies. If you didn't give me that money for free, I wouldn't have been able to make. Was it the 300th charity checkup? I think. Because the whole backstory, by the way, for everyone. I sold hoodies precisely because I didn't have enough money to donate to charity. Which means that I should actually, in order to be true, fair, and honest, I should actually just rename that donation on the slice of pie from my name to yours, because it wasn't. It was just you giving me money so that I can donate it to charity. But yeah, basically, and. The thing is, I actually, over there, I didn't screw up. Well, I did, but not in the classical way. It's not that I didn't send a hoodie or something. It's the fact that I did send it, except they just lost the package. And they couldn't give it back to me because the package had a fake address and name on it. And that's what I mean by it's making things way more difficult. So basically, some random guy in Poland got free hoodies.
Hey, that's gonna be an epic story when we're both famous, right? Somebody's gonna have that hoodie, and then we'll be on a talk show and talk about it.
Yeah, and they'll be like, "Oh my goodness, I totally received it." Because here's the thing: the fake address was a fake address, but it was but fake in the meaning as in not mine. It was a real place.
Yeah.
So they probably got the hoodies. What's even funnier is that on those hoodies there is a link. There is a link to the website with a slice of pie on which there's a link to my channel. Which means if they have the hoodie, they very much can guess who sent them, and they can get in from my channel. They could get in contact with me. They didn't yet. So I'm assuming they just realized the package wasn't for them, and they just, I don't know.
What if somebody, they donated them, and now like a homeless person is using it as their favorite hoodie?
That would be
like
really
there could be an epic story behind it now.
Yeah, we'll have to investigate that in the future, find out, because I don't remember the address I used. Damn it! I'll have to ask Ali if. No, I think I have the. You know what? No, I feel like I have a copy of a document, which you basically get when you send something, which may have the address on it. I'll have to check. But that's actually why I'm pleading basically every single time for you to make a donation link to the slice of pie, because right now I do have the money. Back then I was going through a bit of a tough time, let's call it. Right now I do have the money to give it back, and it's weighing on my conscience so hard because you paid for free hoodies. You saved me.
No.
Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to give it to charity. And I didn't give it back.
So, I'll just tell you that the hoodies, I think I make that much in 1 hour for consulting work. so you don't have to worry.
I am gonna.
I don't do consulting very often, but recently I actually changed my prices, and so yeah, it's 1 hour.
Yeah, listen. Nothing you can say is gonna make me not worry. And
that sounds so horrible. I almost wish I didn't say that, but it's true. You should value your own time, and so
especially for consulting.
The only reason I set high prices,
when it comes to consulting,
is because I want to deter people.
People aren't really paying you for the work. People are paying you for your expertise. And expertise is not something you can measure by the work output. Like, people aren't paying you to give them an hour worth of advice. People are paying you to give them 3 months of knowledge, but condensed into this hyper-specific 1 hour of advice. So that actually...
But this is what I love. But there's a verse in the Bible. I think it's Jesus, but there's a widow that puts 2 pennies in the collection jar, right? Anyways, Jesus was like, that widow gave more money than everyone else
because
did.
she only had 2 pennies.
Right? Yeah, because she only had 2 pennies. But the thing is that the era in which we live in, like, communities are so important for the support, not just emotionally, financially, you know. Like, I truly think the meaning of life is working together. Like, that's at least mine. And so when I love communism in a post-scarcity, right? We've had this conversation that it was designed for post-scarcity.
Yeah.
And I hope humanity will get to like that type of way, but I don't think
I think
it will take a little bit to get there.
I really often mention it, how much funny it is for me, in my opinion, the debate between, like, you know, people who love communism, people who hate communism. Because people who hate communism just hate it for the sake of it being called communism. If they just had communistic policies, except not called communism, they would love it. And I think the people who love communism are funny because if I do remember correctly, when Marx came up with the ideas, the first thing, like the start of the entire thesis, right? The start of the entire theory was basically Marx saying, okay, in the future, everything will be automated. So we will no longer need capitalism to incentivize productivity. Like, everyone who not everyone, but most people who love communism basically completely omit that idea and are like, yeah, right now we have basically everything automated. Or, you know, 60 years ago we basically have everything automated. Or, you know, 100 years ago we basically have everything automated. Communism is great, but only in post-scarcity. And in post-scarcity, I do believe we'll get that. That would be pretty cool. Because then...
I think so.
What post-scarcity means is that, you know, we no longer need stuff. We just want stuff. Which is great.
Let's make it happen.
Let's make it happen.
Well, I do gotta go soon because my back is starting to hurt.
It's completely fine. You know. That was really, really fun.
That was.
Originally, when I started the stream, I was genuinely like, really wanted to end it after 2 hours because I already had that, you know, that itch. I have that itch where if I stream a game and I know that there is a video I should be working on in the background, I have that itch which basically makes me want to end the stream as quick as possible. But then you joined in and now we're 3 hours later apparently. Don't know where they went.
Yeah.
But yeah. So thank you a lot. Thank you so much.
Awesome.
That was a great live stream.
Thank you.
Whenever you have the time, whenever you feel like it, just join in.
I will. I'll bug you.
Yeah, I can switch from whatever topic you want to satisfactory because it's really no problem.
Okay, we got to talk about aliens and communism.
Communism, current political structures, obviously, the future technology, just the basic stuff.
Oh, epistemology, ontology, yeah.
Yeah. All the ologies, oncology.
All the ologies.
Oncology, we could sneak in there too, I think.
Well, I wanted to do your outro first again. Thank you, everyone, for watching.
I can give you the floor if you want. Fine.
No, I was just joking.
I mean, we've never
Bye,
done
guys.
it. The entire was me. Alright.
No.
Alright, bye, Tefta. Well then, everyone. I don't need the idea of communism, but the leaders and execution was awful. That's precisely but that all stems from the same thing. The problem is that what post-scarcity basically means is that we no longer need to, like, okay, right now we have some people who grow food, and every single person on the planet only needs to eat food. If you don't eat food, you'll die. This is a problem because basically if everyone all of a sudden stops making food, we will die. What post-scarcity basically means is that we'll have it all automated, for example. So we have solar panels which collect electricity and then robots that grow the food. In that case, we no longer need anyone to grow the food. And so if we no longer need anyone to grow the food, why would we incentivize the productivity in order to grow the food? That's why communism in the future makes sense, because, you know, we can just share, there will be enough. The only thing actually limiting the amount of things we have is basically the automation of it, but that's still a ridiculous amount. Like, take Satisfactory, for example. The second I automated an obelisk, I was just able to throw them around because they were being generated in the background automatically. Automation is amazing. The problem is that right now we do not have that level of automation. Right now we still have people growing food because we can't automate that. So if we introduce communism right now, we still need some way to keep people in check, you know, to actually make some people grow the food. But if everyone is gonna get their food anyway, why would anyone grow it? And the only solution to that right now is dictatorships, which is not great. That's pretty bad. That's pretty bad. That's why communism right now is so dangerous, but communism in the future is ideal. The post-cast communism would be great. Anyhow, I'm gonna go. I wasn't kidding about the video. I'm going to work on a pretty cool one too, so that'll be fun. And I suppose right now that will be it. Thank you everyone so much for watching, and have a great day. Bye.